Yo, how guys doing this fine evening? Well, 3 o'clock. It's kind of like that's some sort of evening, right? There are people in this world who go to bed at like 6 p.m. And so for them, 3 would be evening. With Soren, thanks for the first time chat. This stream, cursed with the first. Good evening to Texas. Also, Umbrick, another Texan friend. Thanks for showing up. Diamond number. Good afternoon from Central Europe. Oh, nice. Got to go to bed at 6 p.m. today. Jay Walsh. Truly, going to bed at 6 a.m. The same thing as 1984. Good name. Shorty Paint Studio is showing up. It's not an Age of Sigmar day, so you all can leave. No, I'm kidding. There's still AOS to talk about always. I will be answering questions as usual. I'm gonna move past my microphone and adjust my fan there because it is 100,000 degrees. The Earth is no longer habitable for humans, save for air conditioning. And I can't turn the air conditioning on because you can hear it in the microphone and it reduces your enjoyment. And so I fucking sweat. Did you watch the meteor shower last night? You know I did not, Umbrick. I really enjoy cosmic events, you know? But I ain't trying to go outside. So, yeah, truly. Sweat. This is me. This is me streaming. Anyway, might not like the gameplay, but you enjoy the story. Oh, there it is. Pretty sure the veins on the dude's arms are thicker than your finger. Yeah, that almost goes beyond vascularity, doesn't it? Into something entirely different. You may have... No, actually, you probably didn't know. Announcement. I'm in 2 Dungeons & Dragons games. I haven't played D&D in forever. And by forever, I mean... I played it pretty recently if you're old, but if you're not old, it's actually a long time. You know how that works? I just tweeted about that. I made 2 tweets today. One tweet was I'm old, the tweet, and the other tweet was I'm also old, but riding a wave of a certain type of sentiment. We're living in a cosmic event right now. True, they're happening everywhere, and they always have. Up to a point. And they always will up to a point. So, you know, there it is. It's no secret. I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. And so now I'm all in a Dungeons and or Dragons mood. And I found myself, kind of out of nowhere, now I'm in 2 games. I'm in 2 D&D games. And I'm making characters. CG Abusta, welcome. Umbrick, thanks for the 245 bits. Been looking at Conquest. Looks like a lot of fun. Conquest, huh? What's that? Apparently it's a word, the subjugation and assumption of control of a place or people used with military force. I need more to work on than Conquest. BDSM Dungeons & Dragons. Oh, that sounds fun. I'm not really into BDSM, although you would think I would be, because I'm such a degenerate. But, I don't know, BDSM missed me, I guess. Not too into it. Several people I've known throughout my life have been really into it. Good. I don't know. Enjoy yourselves. I see nothing wrong with it, as long as nobody gets hurt. Who didn't ask for it? Parabellum Wargame, great models. Ah, okay. Tabletop fantasy game, a lot of really weird but good rules. Sounds cool. You're into big dragons and secret magics. They made a cock dino. Well, I like Persona, and they made a cock chariot in that one. So, My mind is already open to the idea of cock monsters. I mean, Mara is a, that's just about like a... If you don't have a Persona game with Mara in it, is it even a Persona game, right? It's become beloved by the fans, the cock chariot demon. Why cleric when favored soul is better? Asks Fizz6. My dudes and dudettes. A while ago, you did an X-Men themed one-shot, played as Wolverine using Beasthide Shifta, Barbarian, and Path of the Beast. Sweet. That's a time-honored tradition. You know, when you're a kid, or even an adult, playing Dungeons & Dragons, this is a noble and august tradition of, like, finding somebody cool you like in media, and then, like, making them in D&D and playing them. Like, that's one of the first things people tend to do after they just kind of make themselves the first time, you know? So that's sweet. Anyway, why cleric when favorite soul is better? Fizz6. Good question. This is Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. I played 5e when it came out in a few campaigns, and then I didn't play 5e for years. And so they've come out with all sorts of books and third party, well, okay, we're only using first party stuff because obviously, but yeah, they came out with a whole bunch of books, a whole bunch of extra stuff. They updated the rules here and there because this class wasn't very good, blah, blah, blah. And I missed all that. And so I'm on a fact-finding mission right now. I don't know what favorite soul is. And so let's look it up. That's the stage of character creation I'm in right now as we chat. And you can make a hot chocolate if you want. The whole gang is here. Just ask Matt Yee. Oh, is Matt Yee here? Lurkin. Well, you guys picked the low energy stream to walk in on. We're building a D&D character. But don't worry about it. It's kind of my brand. My brand is high energy. Young man excitement and hype, right? Anyway, I have two characters. The first game I'm in is Mephisto's putting one on. He's running a D&D game. And so that's this character, and I just copied this, and I'm using it as a template for the next character sheet. Right? We got Zoda Bartrakanon, the Eruda Cantor. It's supposed to be like a silly, everybody takes themselves too seriously kind of middle school game, with like Mad Max stuff and dome cities with arenas and stuff in them and blah blah blah. And so I'm playing a wizard chronergy. A chronergy wizard here. Mostly because it's like Diviner, only slightly less powerful, but with crazier combos that no one would let you do. And every time I play a wizard in Dungeons & Dragons, it's always Diviner. And so I'm looking for something different. Not very different, but technically different. And so this one's going to be fun. So get the Zerai Astral Wanderer, kind of cool background, stuff like that. We're level 5. Astral Drifta from Spelljammer, etc., etc. That character's done. All right, we're done with this guy. He's complete. Next game is Jupe's Game. And so the title of this document is Jupe's Game Doc. Played D&D back in 2010. You've always wanted to play an Azumar Paladone. Backstory totally wasn't ripped off of Geist of St. Traft. Oh, cool. Yeah, every time you attack, put that 4/4 Flying Angel onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Also, he's at 2/2. Hexproof, sometimes hard for certain decks to deal with, as a matter of fact. For 3, blue-white. Problem with him is against creature decks, he's sort of bad, right? Because they just have like a creature out and block it and kill him. But he's a common... I recall Geist of St. Traft being a common sideboard when the tempo kind of control-y deck had to sideboard into being the aggro, even though they kind of didn't want to be. sometimes in the mirror match as well. And guy's kind of a badass when you equip a sword to him, let me tell you. Also, who plays Pyroclasm? Really, nobody, right? And he's like he's a one-man win condition. You're in some blue-white X deck. You find a good time to just blast him out turn 3, protect him for 1 turn, and then he will just kill the opponent, right? 6 damage a turn unless they do something. 4-turn clock. Probably a 3-turn clock in formats with fetch lands, right? You remember when that shit was $30? Yeah, same. I like Geist of Saint Draft, and therefore I like your concept for your character. Here are the notes I took about Jupe's game, one of my mods, by the way. It is an RP-centric game, lots of combat, exploring, and puzzles, though. So essentially all 3 of the spheres of tabletop D&D. We are encouraged to stay in character as much as possible. RP-centric, after all, that's fine. It's a role-playing game. I like to role-play. 5e homebrew world, lots of handouts. I love handouts. The only thing I like more than handouts is filling out surveys. The tone is classic D&D, Mononoke, Ghibli, pretty serious, not one of those one-piece kind of anime, the tone's all over the place and everyone's trying to be funny kind of games, but there is humor and some humorous, silly, you know, interactions and characters and stuff, but it's not like if it were a movie, it wouldn't be a comedy, I guess. Is this going to be streamed? The Mephisto ones are. I don't know if the Jupes, I don't know if he's streaming his. I don't know if he wants to. I guess we could ask him. But I don't want to, like, it's actually a lot of work to stream a D&D game and have it be entertaining. In fact, it's a lot of work to stream a D&D game and not even have it be entertaining. You know? Even just getting everybody's webcams on the screen in a certain order, making a giant splash image with everybody's little character portraits and stuff, a little area, and now you're browser capturing whatever, you know, map or board you're working on, and it's just a lot of stuff to deal with. And then also it's streaming, and streaming is difficult anyway, right? So I'm not gonna put that on somebody. And also, you're like I'm not running the game. It's Jupes is running the game. So like now also you're public, right? Some people are not comfortable at all with public speaking. They're just not. I'm told anecdotally in the past, maybe, I don't know, this might have more been the case before such a thing as the internet, right? But a lot of people are really nervous about public speaking, I have noticed. And the bigger the crowd, the bigger the nervousness. Dungeons & Dragons players might not stereotypically be the most powerful social beings on the planet, right? But some of them step up and become a dungeon master, and now they're kind of like public speaking on the fly with a little tiny crowd. There's 4 people, right? But now you put them on Twitch, and maybe there's 20 people. And there's a recording of it forever, and that might be too much public, like, oh, what if I say something wrong with it? What if this happens or that happens, you know? It's kind of nervous. And then there's, like, speaking in front of a live crowd, which is different than speaking in front of Twitch. Having to RP in public is even hard. Yeah, and so there's public speaking, and then there's playing a character. Well, essentially being an actor when you are not an actor. And there's a comforting thing of, hey, you tried to do this, you kind of messed up, and it just didn't work out, and 4 people are personally aware of that. And it's fine, it's in the comfort of your own home. Everybody's cool with, oh, you know, you tried to do it, you tried to do the voice, I don't think it worked out. Damn, I made a mistake. I wonder if this is cringe, right? And that's fine, but suddenly you record it and then now it's different. And you do it in front of a crowd, now it's different. They say it helps with public speaking if you imagine yourself naked. No, they don't. Good meme though, Dinma. I can't believe that's actually true. Everybody knows that ancient saying. It helps to imagine the crowd naked. I don't understand that at all. I just don't understand that. I'm not nervous when it comes to public speaking, in person or on Twitch. I find it fun. I like it. I enjoy myself when I'm public speaking. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be on Twitch. And I've given speeches in front of crowds and all sorts of other stuff, and that's fun. So maybe I'm coming from a place where I'm the type of personality that isn't scared of that, I guess. But it's hard for me to put myself in the mindset where imagining the crowd naked would do anything. It would probably be distracting if nothing else. I don't know. How would you encourage a narrative campaign that doesn't degrade into whack spike list creation? You want to encourage people to roleplay as their character, but maybe it's too difficult for a PvP game. A PvP game? We're not talking about D&D right now, right, Umbrick? There is PvP D&D games. There are things like that. Are we talking about AOS? Narrative campaign? I need more details, but I have probably a really long answer for any of whatever you were talking about there. You're role-playing the fuck out of the halfling here? Nice, SG Arcade. Some people aren't comfortable with full over-the-top RP voice and all. People have varying amounts of comfort for that. Yeah. Jeez. I generally feel like if you're the kind of person who can do a voice, you know it. And if you can't do a voice, but you're trying to, I have secondhand embarrassment from that. I'm much more forgiving about that if, oh, it's the dungeon master and he's like, oh, I'm gonna do like a bad British impression of a pirate, you know, for the one guy that you meet the one time in the adventure. And he's like, yo, sorry gets, you know, doing the whole voice and everything. And he, you know, they try, but, you know, everybody kind of goes with it. It's a different thing if that's your character every single week. Every week, 4 hours of doing some awful voice. That can be a lot. So maybe, am I accidentally feeding people's insecurities by saying that? Even though it's the truth? Maybe I should be more encouraging. What do you think? How do you get good if you don't practice, right? I guess, you know? What if someone's RP voice is just like stupendously racist? And you think everybody is uncomfortable because they think you're cringe and not doing it well enough, but actually everyone's uncomfortable because it's like kind of racist. I don't know. These are things that didn't occur when I was growing up in D&D that might apply now. Some people also feel intimidated by people who go turbo ham for RPing. I could see that too. I could see that. I'm like really trying to think of how to word things in a specific way, or oh, what do I do and how does this tie to this thing or that thing? I'm thinking about it because everybody draws from their experience. I'm kind of thinking about it in a film way. I'm like, how would I direct the actor to say this? I'm thinking about it in a scriptwriter kind of way. What would my line be? What word do I accentuate here? Is there any subtext in what I'm saying? As far as voices go, I'm not like a, you know, my voice really sounds like my voice. I can do grosser, older voices, but I can't necessarily do younger, prettier voices. And so I generally don't try to. I'll just talk like that. You can change up your cadence, you know? And a little bit of your intonation. And then the different words you use can carry it through. And I usually go for more like that one. Like you can change your posture and your kind of the way you're holding yourself and your the pace at which you talk, and that can go a long way. You don't have to do the falsetto voice, you know. Maybe you, but if you can, maybe that's just copium. Maybe that's what I do because I know that I shouldn't do the falsetto thing. But maybe if you have a good high-pitched voice, maybe all the shit that I was just talking about was like copium for how I do it. Maybe that's the case, you know. There is such a thing as going too hard. So that's something to pump the brakes on, yeah. Someone who's new could indeed be put off by someone who goes hard. Because going hard is very easy to be cringe. There's like fun cringe, and then there's like purist cringe, I guess. You played a lot of D&D, so you played with people of all walks of experience and comfort. Yeah, same. But mostly in the past. A lot of times when I think about stuff like this, I go back to first principles, because I'm usually pretty big on first principles when it comes to puzzling out how I feel about something. Or at least I'll start there, right? What is Dungeons & Dragons? It is a cooperative storytelling experience that everyone's kind of a part of and kind of responsible for. Everybody wants to be here. It's a game about working together as a team, generally of heroes. Okay. And so everybody holds up their end of the bargain, right? And people should probably be comfortable, you know. You played Dwarf Dad last game, very natural. SG Arcade? Yeah, for sure. There's nothing wrong with playing yourself either. That's fun. Inherently, you're right. That's fun too. Damn, what if I was in the fantasy world except I was awesome, right? Nothing wrong with that. Seasoned role players and people who go really hard perhaps might, you can imagine, stereotypically look down on that. I don't know that that's helpful, really. That can be fun. Just as it would be fun to blatantly rip off, whatever, Wolverine and just play them. That's fun too. Or come up with your own person. There's a bunch of people at the table. The mixture of those characters will make it a good story or a bad one. Your character is just you getting isekai'd into D&D. Yeah, except usually more awesome, right? Because if it was just you, you'd probably die. You know? I'd look around and I'd be like, well, there's no internet, there's no air conditioning. Well, I had a good run, it's over, right? But still. Time to go on the prowl for the Goth Warlock GF, right? Make your dreams come true. Anyway, here we have the notes I took. The tech level is Forgotten Realms plus glass and gunpowder. Realism is classic folklore, fae, hand-waving, some bean counting, eyeball a fella. You may need to run. So some Dungeons & Dragons games are kind of like Diablo. If you click on if you're in a dungeon in Diablo, you can expect that it's probably about your level, and you're supposed to beat it. You're supposed to kill all the monsters in it, and you're supposed to kill the boss. And it might be hard, but you're supposed to do that. In some D&D games, or even tabletop games, every encounter or person or NPC or whatever that you come across might not be tailored specifically so that you should beat it. I call this eyeball a fella. And it a little more realism there and a little less gamey. You got to figure out if you should try to fight this thing or try to run. Because the whole game might not be so centered around your characters that like every encounter is designed to be beaten. Some encounters are designed to be survived or escaped from, and you got to figure that out. So that's a Jupes thing. It's also kind of a Rifts thing, so I'm familiar with that in the past. It is a point buy, which I never do. I don't do point buy because I'm old. I roll for my stats. But the only reason I roll for stats is because I'm old, and we've always done it that way. That's not true. There are some other reasons for it. I think point buy tends to create like manufactured, every character is exactly the same kind of characters. Dump stats are a lot more of a thing, and it kind of punishes you wanting to make a powerful character, but also wanting to roleplay. Because you just have to dump stat the cool stuff. But it's the fairest way. But it's also the fairest way. Not that that really matters, since the DM, when he's helping everyone make their characters, can balance it however they wish. Because they are the god. 46 drop the lowest, that's what I normally do, yeah. But then again, this is personal, dungeon master, everybody does it different kind of thing. For different reasons. I like 46 drop the lowest, and you make 3 stat lines. And then whichever the best one is, you use that one. Because I want the characters in the game to be like heroic, you know? I'm telling a story where you start out as some shit-stained dirt farmer peasant. Nobody. But you were born to be awesome in some way. And so you start out as a peasant, and then eventually you kill God, and it's like an anime or whatever, right? I like stuff like that. And I like giving the players enough stats for them to be able to optimize their character, but still have like a 14 charisma because they want their character to be prettier or, you know, strong, even though it doesn't benefit their class or whatever the fuck, right? Because in my games, in the games that I like to run, everybody is like giga optimized. Like you're trying to solo every encounter, and that's every character in the party. But also you go all in on role-playing as well. The false dichotomy between Munchkin optimizing and role-playing is an illusion, and big role-playing has tricked you into thinking that these have to fight against each other. They don't. You can have both. What if you were just the best role-player and your character was the best combat guy or whatever the fuck? Just do everything. I like both. And then the encounters are really fucking hard because your characters are OP. And so the encounters are just going to scale to whatever the power level of your character is anyway. Not fully, not in a way that robs them of the work they did. If your players came up with a clever thing or a cool plan or some neat combo, you don't have to be adversarial about it necessarily. It's a cooperative game. Let the plan work. Not every time, right? But I don't think you're, as the GM, I don't think you're a referee. You're like Gandalf. You're like somebody's dad with a beard sitting around reading everybody Lord of the Rings, and everyone's just having fun with it, right? You're like a facilitator for the greater narrative and the player and the characters in their game. You kind of wave off encumbrance. Just don't try and cheese it. Normally I calculate it right away. But unless something weird happens, I'll generally ignore it because it's kind of a time waster. If you have an 8 strength, you write down how many pounds worth of stuff you can carry, and that's your guideline. and you come across something in the world and you're like, well, I want to pick up this statue. I'm going to pick up a set of armor. Well, how much does a set of armor... Like, if you're going to pick up something heavy or a bunch of stuff, maybe we'll check it out, right? But I'm not tracking how much arrows cost or how much... Or I'm not tracking how much arrows weigh or gold weighs. I'm not trying to do taxes. I mean, I am, because it's D&D and it's kind of like doing your taxes. But a lot of that stuff, you have to balance, streamline, and not wasting people's time with some amount of verisimilitude, some amount of realism. So it's not a video game, you know. The dice must decide your fate. Oh, 3d6? Straight down the line, like the old days, like the real old days. 3d6 for every stat, and you do them in order. No moving them around, because that's the real old way of doing it. I am a more benevolent DM than that. I think you have a character concept in mind, and I want you to make the best version of that. And then from there, we tell the story. Love Murder Rose has a giant paragraph, but it's their first time chat, so I will read it. Give me a sec. You do 2 stat lines and you choose the best one? Yeah, that's fine. There's like good reasons to do every different way. Point buy is the fairest, but the downside is your characters are a lot more mass-produced. Either your stat line is exactly the same as every single other character of that class that's ever been made, or you're purposely making yourself worse for no reason. And that's a little bit of a feel bad to me. But some people think that the fairness is more important. And there's no right answer, it's just what the DM feels, right? Love Murder Rose has a big first-time chat, and now I will read it. This isn't disagreeing, but most of the times min-maxers have a certain view on RP. Yes, this is true. I don't like those people, generally, to play with. But the opposite is exactly the same for me. But I'll read the rest of yours before I comment. It's not that min-maxers hate RP or RPers hate min-maxers. It's just that those two ideologies tend to drag storylines in separate directions. Of course, this is a generalized statement, not blatant truth. Yeah. Yeah, that's reasonable. Everybody knows the archetypal min-maxer who almost seems like they are bored unless there's combat, you know? But then when there is, they're really into it and they're excited and they're like, oh, I'm going to smash everyone and win at everything. Cool, right? And then everybody knows the archetypal role player who makes a bad character on purpose and thinks that's cool. And they just like suck, but they talk a lot at the table. These are like the bad versions of both. Like the person who hogs all of the time talking about everything. And most of the stuff they say doesn't actually matter and everyone's kind of rolling their eyes. And then they get to combat and they do nothing. And they don't help in any meaningful way. And the things that they do take forever to explain and end up not mattering. And that would be like the bad version. And then the min-maxer who is on their phone eating chips, and then combat starts and they one-shot everything. And then they're like, I demand that the NPCs who saw that are impressed by how cool I am. And the DM's like, you're so cool. And the min-maxer's like, hell yeah. Now let's fight some other people needlessly instead of talk to them. Because I want this to be like Diablo, except on the tabletop, you know. And those are like the bad versions of each of those extremes. I prefer the giant bell curve in the middle. Or maybe it's not really a bell curve, it's more of a Venn diagram. I like role-playing constantly, and then you get into combat and you're amazing. And super min-maxed. And then you're not always fighting. In fact, in many games, the fighting is like kind of rare or short, or it doesn't matter too much. It's mostly about role-playing. But then when you get to combat, you fucking destroy. And I don't know, I like being amazing at both of those things. But not everyone feels that way. It's what the characters expect. Sometimes you enter a game and it's just going to be Temple of Elemental Evil. It's 30 sessions of dungeon crawling. And if you don't have a rogue in your party, you die. And then other ones is Palace Intrigue and all this other stuff, and the only thing you're ever rolling is skill checks. Alright. You're the chud, you love mechanics that add annoyance, like managing encumbrance, ammo, and weapon durability. I've had games like that, CG Abusta, where you're almost playing a survival horror game. And it's not that I don't like that. I've had a lot of fun, usually in riffs, actually, for survival horror, post-apocalypse, where you're counting your bullets, and nobody has an MDC weapon, and there's vampires, and you only have 6 silver bullets left, and you're rolling on tables to see how far along and dying of thirst you are, and stuff like that. You found some big treasure hoard thing, but it ran out of gas, and you just have to leave it in the desert. That kind of game is fun too, but it's like a type of game, you know. Ahem. When we didn't use encumbrance, everyone dumped at its strength and was defeated by a boulder blocking a cave entrance. I just consider that improper optimization, Dinma. That's just improper Oh, you know that the 50 IQ, 100 IQ, 200 IQ thing? There are 3 things you do in Dungeons and Dragons. You explore, you interact, and you fight. You do 3 things in Dungeons and Dragons. And the 50 IQ optimizer is 100% powerful in combat and ignores the other 2. But the 200 IQ big brain optimizer realizes that all 3 spheres are arguably equally important, and you want to optimize all of them. We'll do a no true Scotsman, right? A true optimizer is considering what can defeat encounters. Sometimes you being really strong in combat and having a lot of hit points and doing 1,000,000 damage will defeat encounters, okay? But sometimes being able to move a boulder will defeat an encounter, or sneaking somewhere, or interacting with an NPC in such a way to convince them that they're wrong and you're right will defeat an entire encounter. Or being a wizard and buying a ritual scroll for 150 gold of Find the Path or whatever that one is, that as long as this location has ever been mapped in history, a ghost hand will be summoned and just point in the direction of it and take you there. And the GM thought that you would have to hire a guide, and it was kind of a mystery where this thing is, but you just have a spell that gets you there. And so you kind of defeat the encounter of getting there with a non-combat spell. So I think when you're optimizing a party, you're thinking about stuff like, okay, for instance, here's the party. SG Arcade is playing a Halfling Ranger, parenthetical Beastmaster. Hannah's playing a Half-Elf Warlock, Cthulhu. Rob is a Hobgoblin Fighter Battlemaster. Good man. Battlemaster's a good one. Dragonborn Wizard Divination ? For CJ, not sure which one it is, but he wants to be the utility god, control reality guy, which is really useful. So, Halfling Ranger is going to be good at exploration and combat. Warlock is going to be good at interaction and combat. This one's probably going to be ranged. This one's probably going to be ranged. We got the Frontline Fighter, a necessary archetype for combat, but might not have anything else to do in exploration and interaction, but is a bedrock important, somebody in melee combat guy. You need that in fighting. And you have a Dragonborn wizard who is going to have very good options potentially for all three wherever they need it. He's going to have spells that can defeat encounters in combat, in exploration, and in interaction. It depends on which way they go. Wizards can do anything as long as they live long enough. And so if you're just thinking about combat, what's this party missing? I like to make my character last, and then I'll just choose whatever is missing. And that's the way I optimize, because I'm optimizing the party. I'm the team player archetype, in a sense. Not necessarily like I'm not always a bard or anything, not like that, but it's like, what's this party missing? I'll do that. Usually is how I go. So like we have, I think Beastmaster is your Beastmaster's pet. I don't know what they did with the Ranger recently. Is the Beastmaster pet, is it kind of a Chad? Is it like half of a character almost? Or is it more like a familiar where it sucks and it'll die all the time? Like what's the I guess I don't know the efficiency rating of a Ranger pet. I guess I could look it up. But I'm wondering if anybody in chat knows. And I think SJ Arcade is here, right? Everybody but. Maybe. I know CJ's here. And Rob is. Yeah, we Bruin. The new one is way better. Supposedly depends on if it's PHB or Tasha's. Doesn't say much. I think everybody's using the newest rules. Whatever the new rules are. Because they're probably just better. I'm assuming we're using Tasha's or whatever the most recent stuff is, i.e. the most updated version of the game. Anyway, so we have range damage and a thing to stand in melee. Range damage, a thing that stands in melee, and then a controller of reality god who can do anything. So as far as combat is concerned, we got 2.5 people who stay at range, and 1.5 things in melee. So maybe if I'm trying to fit in combat-wise, I might choose a person who's capable of being in melee combat. At least standing there. So if I'd only cared about combat, what is this party here? These four? A paladin actually fits right in, doesn't it? A paladin would work very nicely in this party. A second just slab of huge beef that can stand in melee combat and let the warlock and the wizard and the bow guy just unleash, right? So paladin would work very well here. Bard maybe, but I think bards are probably better as pseudo spellcasters, really. A cleric could also work as well. If you're in heavy armor and just have a shitload of hit points and stuff, you can just stand in melee. Plus there's cleric spells that do AoEs and stuff like that. A druid would work very well in this party. Lord Vladek is correct. A druid would actually work very nicely with this party because there's no divine casting. We got double arcane casting. A little bit of, I don't consider a ranger to be necessarily a caster. He's going to have Hunter's Mark and Bow Spirit and just, you know, worry about that. So anyway, just combat, I think Paladin would work the best, but I don't like playing Paladins. In general. I'm not big on the RP of them, although they've really expanded the different oaths you can take, so I'm gonna pretend that problem is solved. Plus you could just get good at role-playing, right? And play a Paladin and have it be fun anyway. I think I'm capable of that, but mechanically, I don't know. They're a little goofy. You have this choice between spells and smiting is just better, and you're kind of waiting for crits and stuff. I don't know that I enjoy Paladin like that much. To me, Fighter is more fun. But also, a Paladin is pretty mad, as in multiple abilities score dependent. And he's the charisma guy. If your party doesn't have a charisma guy, it would fit better, but Hannah is going to have the highest charisma this side of the Mason-Dixon. So we got a charisma person. What we don't have is a wisdom caster. So that leads me a little more towards the druid or cleric angle, even though they're not necessarily a melee person. But I think in combat, a ranger, warlock, fighter, wizard is going to blast combat anyway. Outside of combat, there's no skill monkey. So, can I make a cleric that has a bunch of really useful skills? Moon Druid for wisdom. This is, by the way, we're in the questioning phase. I put a question mark next to this, because I haven't fully decided, but I'm thinking cleric. I've never played a cleric, ever. In Dungeons and Dragons, clerics have healing spells, but they're terrible. They're just awful. And they're like mechanically, intrinsically horrible. And I'm talking historically speaking here, right? Like for instance, monsters do like whatever, 14 damage a turn, right? And you're fighting like 5 monsters, okay. And what does the cleric heal? Like 7, okay. You're wasting your entire turn to heal for basically half of the damage that one monster could maybe do. It's just the worst. It's a poor trade. It's a bad job to have. Healing is mostly for out of combat. Until you get into really high levels where you can fully heal people, but that's kind of beside the point. And specifically in 5th ed, healing word is all you need anyway. Somebody's at 0 hit points, you point at them from 60 feet away, they're back up, okay. It's kind of like what a quote-unquote healer is. And so as long as I have healing word, I think we're fine. Disabling enemies is a way more effective form of healing. Yeah, also killing enemies is a way better form of healing. Out of combat healing is really, better, I think. They're still terrible in 5e, only good out of combat or with someone off, or to get someone off the ground. Yeah, that's generally been my impression. But I've never played one, and maybe I should play a cleric, since I've never played one. So I'm thinking about it. And I was looking through the shit that came out since I stopped paying attention to Dungeons and Dragons. And so I'm like, well, damn, maybe I'll play a cleric. We'll see what they all got. And I was clicking through all their domains. And I was bored. And I'm looking at their spell list, and I don't think it's any good. And I just wasn't feeling it. And then I clicked on Peace Domain. And I'm like, hold the fuck up. Excuse me? And I use peace in heavy quotation marks. I have no idea how you get peace from these rules, but okay. At first level, you gain proficiency in some skills, and you get, as far as I can see, the best buff in the game. If you consider how easy it is to acquire and how it doesn't require concentration, it's just the best buff. Adjusted for inflation. But for some fucking reason, you get your wisdom modifier to damage later on. Peace through strength, I guess. I don't fucking know. And you got some wacky switch places with people nonsense that I'm sure the GM is gonna nerf or not think is okay, but I don't even care about that. Yeah, peace through superior firepower. That's the peace cleric. So if I wanted something to be a team player in combat, like some sort of bard or whatever, then with this single ability, the Peace Cleric does it. My job is done, right? I can do this a few times a day. It doesn't require concentration. And now the party is overpowered in combat, and I can focus the rest of my entire character on fun shit and interesting spells that'll help us in the other two spheres of the whole game. So I'm heavily considering this. I looked up what people thought of clerics, and everybody says Peace Domain is the most overpowered class you can be in the whole game, and Dungeon Masters ban this. I've heard on forums. Internet people are like, yeah, we ban the Peace Domain. Some of the Balm of Peace, or some of the Protective Bond stuff where you can give resistance to your entire party, essentially, by swapping places with them, I sort of get that. But I don't know. I think it's people on the internet overreacting. I'm going to be honest. Why would you ban the only reason to even play a cleric at all? A class that I don't think is any good at it, really. Keeping in mind, I haven't hit the last few. I guess I could click on them. Twilight tends to be banned before Peace, but both are pretty good. Oh, okay, alright. Well, I haven't gotten the Twilight yet. What do they do? So Peace Domain gives a D4 to basically whatever everybody wants to do as a reaction. Like attack rolls, saving throws, stuff like that. It's very good. It's probably the best party buff in the game. But then the Cleric isn't doing anything, right? You're casting a cantrip for damage every turn in combat, alright. Is the damage you add to your party equivalent of if you just built a character that does lots of damage? Is it the same? I don't know. Regardless. You say Twilight is really good and it's supposedly banned? Well, let's find out. The Twilight transition from light to darkness often brings calm and even joy, and sometimes it is banned. Okay, what do we got? Fairy Fire is a good spell. Sleep. Moonbeam's a good spell. See Invis, good spell. What's Aura Vitality? Aura moves with you centered on you. You can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the aura, including you, to regain 2d6 up to a minute. So you radiate an aura of absolutely inconsequential healing, and one person a turn using up your bonus action can get... Okay, not good. Leomund's Tiny Hut, great spell. Very good for out of combat. This shit's amazing. Aura of Life, what's that? Life-preserving energy radiates from 30 foot, 10 minutes concentration, or moves with you. Another aura. Well, it's called an aura, so fair. Each non-hostile creature in the aura, including you, has resistance to necrotic, and its hit points maximum can't be reduced. Hit point maximum can't be reduced. In addition, a non-hostile living creature gains 1 hit point when it starts its turn in the aura with 0. Okay. You don't have to use any actions to do all this stuff. It's kind of neat. Essentially, it automatically healing words you and everybody else around you. But it requires concentration, and it's a 4th level spell. I don't think that's very good either. Like, I'm thinking you cast Aura of Life in a fight where your party is just dying every turn. Like, people are getting a one-shot left and right, and you're crying, and there's, like, opera music playing in the background, and the wind is blowing, and it's thundering, and there's, like, ravens taking off from the top of a church at all times. Okay, so every time somebody's reduced to 0, they go to 1 in an aura around you, and you don't have to spend an action. Like, that's cool. But in, like, all other situations, it's sort of like nothing. Greater invisibility is excellent. And then these are kind of higher level stuff. If everyone's getting one shot, how do you keep your concentration? You don't, and probably die, which is another problem with it. I don't know, maybe you're invisible. Unless this needs concentration as well. It does. Fucking concentration. I really liked what they did with almost everything in 5th edition. In like a conceptual way. But concentration is the enemy of fun. That's for fucking sure. So Twilight Domain, the spells you get, awesome. As far as the spells situation, like you get A plus quality spells for the most part. You gain proficiency in martial weapons and heavy armor. Cool. Okay. Big defense. You're probably not fighting. Because like clerics never get a second attack, as far as I know, unless I'm mistaken. And if you only get one attack, then you can't fight, for the most part. Like you're not holding a weapon is just like a formality. First level, you can see through the deepest gloom. Dark vision 300 feet. Okay. Is this like 4 times farther than a drow elf? It's okay. You have the longest dark vision I've ever heard of in my life. In that radius, you can see dim light, blah, blah. As an action, you can magically share the dark vision with willing creatures you can see with up to 10 feet from you. Up to a number of creatures you can... Okay. Lasts for 1 hour. Long rest. And you can share it again, but it costs spells. Okay, so the whole party has the most giga dark vision ever. Once a day when it really matters. This is, like, very helpful. This is a very helpful spell. Or ability, I should say. First level, the knight has taught you to be vigilant. As an action, you give one creature you touch, including possibly yourself, advantage on initiative. Ooh. Okay. Ends immediately after the roll, or if you use the feature again. Is this... Okay, no duration? No duration. So in the morning, you're eating your fucking Lucky Charms. Your Captain Crunch. And everybody's laughing, and you're grilling eggs up in the iron skillet at camp. And you touch the one person in your party that everyone has decided needs to go first every combat forever. And they just basically do. That's good. Vigilant Blessing is good. And then 12 hours later, combat starts, and that person, like, gets advantage on initiative. Alright, that's sick. Vigilant Blessing is great. So far, these are both great, but I don't think the class is ban-worthy yet. Let's read on. You can use your Channel Divinity to refresh your allies with Soothing Twilight. Okay. As an action, you present your holy symbol, blah, blah. The sphere is centered on you, 30-foot radius. Moves with you, lasts for a minute, or until you are incapacitated or die. Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, you can grant the creature one of the benefits. Temporarily hit points equal to d6 plus your cleric level. You end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened. Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in this... Okay. I see. I see why people want to ban this. You spend an action to use it, but then in the future, your entire party, they move into it if they want. And so every single person, including you, is just always getting this thing. You get, like, whatever, 10 temporary hit points every turn forever. And you potentially can't be charmed or frightened as a whole party. It's almost like you're casting 5 spells every turn. And you spent 1 action for that. And it lasts a minute, and it has no concentration. Alright. Yeah, this is really good. Really strong action economy as well, I will say. Is this Twilight Sanctuary? Is this the reason why people ban this cleric? This seems very strong. Night vision comes in 30 and 60 foot increments normally, so 5 to 10 times normal. Yeah, that's why I was so impressed by Eyes of the Night. I couldn't believe it was 10 times better than the average dark vision. And even Drow Elf stuff is like 7 times worse. And then Steps of Night. Draw on the mystical power of night to rise into the air. Oh, cool. Fly. Awesome. Yeah. Any way you can fly is great. As a bonus action, when you are in dim light or darkness, you can magically give yourself a flying speed. bonus action fly for a minute, as long as you are in dim light or darkness. That's great. It's not as good as just fly, obviously. There is a downside to it. It can't be the sun, it can't be high noon or anything. But bonus action fly is great. You can use this bonus action a number of times per day, equally, so just a bunch of times per day. On a long rest, yeah, Steps of Night is great. But do you keep it once applied and leaving darkness? As it's written, yes. Because it's just talking about when you can use it, not when it can affect you, period. If the Dungeon Master wanted to say that if someone shines a flashlight on you, you fall, that would make, sense role-playing wise. So, you know, as the rules work, you keep it, but it would be totally reasonable if the GM casts daylight on you and you fall to the ground. It'd make total sense. Divine Strike. You can infuse your weapons with strikes of divine at once on each of your turns. When you hit a creature with a weapon, it causes an extra d8. Okay, this is kind of like getting a second attack, except way worse. Is the Twilight Cleric actually attacking? Even with Divine Strike, I still think you're probably casting cantrips. Maybe you are attacking because of this. Maybe you actually use a weapon. Possibly. Generally, I doubt it. By the time you get to 8th level, you're probably using spell slots anyway. And then at 17th level, who cares, because no one gets there. But the abilities are always hilariously weak for the high level. Let's read. You and your allies have half cover while in the sphere created by your Twilight Sanctuary. Okay, yeah, whatever. I don't know that anyone gives a shit about cover at 17th level, but sure. Half cover, huh? Okay. There are magic items called Goggles of Night, so you can go full Splinter Cell. Yeah, the Splinter Cell Cleric, yeah. Okay, so what do? You give your whole party the best dark vision I've ever heard of in the history of all of Dungeons & Dragons. Which is awesome. It's, you know, dude, casting light and bumbling with torches and trying to fit, oh, but where's the edge of the light that you can see? Bean counting, just annoying. Fuck it, you can see in darkness, easy. All right, great. Vigilant Blessing, like S tier ability. Eyes of Night, A tier ability, at least. Twilight Sanctuary, very good. Just a very good ability. Everybody else in your party essentially gets a free, no action 10 temporary hit points a turn, kind of. They do have to run back to your 30-foot radius, depending on how your fights work in your games. This either, if you're the kind of battle map player, if you're the kind of Dungeons & Dragons player who uses a battle map always, Channel of Divinity Twilight Sanctuary is like OP. Because every character in your party just kind of always has 10 temporary hit points forever. If you're the Theater of the Mind's Eye version of D&D playing, then Twilight Sanctuary is probably much less than half as good, but still very strong. I don't see a reason to ban this. It's just really good. Kind of depends, though. If you're on a battle map, maybe you nerf this. But if you're Theater of the Mind's Eye, then you probably don't. Is there something huge I'm missing? Because I very well could. It's one thing to see it on paper, and it's another thing to see it in play. Right? Something like 10 temporary hit points a turn, or at low levels, something like 3 or 4 temporary hit points for everyone in the party every single turn. I understand that's really strong. I don't know about banworthy. Banworthy? Is there a combo I'm missing? I could be. I think peace is better. Depending on what you want to do. No, it's not better. They're just like different. They're very different. Peace is the... Anybody ever played EverQuest? Any old guys in chat? MMOs don't work like this nowadays. But back in the olden times, there almost wasn't even such a thing as soloing. They wanted you to always be in a party, for the most part. There were a few classes that could, but let's put that aside. And so there were classes that they basically didn't do anything when they were in a party, as far as like damage is concerned. You're not here for damage. You make everyone else amazing. And I'm talking about a shaman, or a bard, or an enchanter. Although enchanters did do damage because they mind control some trash mob and have it attack stuff, but... And so instead of you doing something, you make everybody else 100% better. And they knew that they were better because of you, and so you felt good about it. You know that type of player who gains true joy from casting a spell, and then all their friends are so amazing that they win? And the person is just sitting there with their hot chocolate and a big smile on their face, and they're like, I did that. And then the rogue that was in the party that did 1,000,000 damage was like, oh, I did tons of damage, and so like everybody's happy. But there's a certain type of person who just wouldn't be satisfied with helping everyone else. They want to see themselves do the damage, right? To me, this is peace domain. Like you embolden bond and then bless everyone. And everyone, well, not everyone, you have to level into it, but eventually everyone in your party is adding 2d4 to one roll a turn, which is like the best statistical buff possible. It's like so amazing. But it has to be a party that aren't using their reactions. A lot of characters, you build them so that you have a reaction to use, because otherwise you're kind of wasting an action you could be performing every turn. So you have your action, okay, I want to do something with that. You have your bonus action, ooh, I want to be able to do something with my bonus action, otherwise I have this action, kind of wasting it, right? Same thing with reaction. And so if you have an entire party of people that like have to use their reaction every turn to make their stuff work, then Peace Cleric actually kind of sucks. Because nobody has a reaction to be able to use this thing. And so it does require a party to kind of build around it, in a way. Twilight seems to me to be like what a cleric should be, and everything else is just wasting my time. But I'm probably being too harsh. Yeah, Twilight sounds great. I like Peace more, though, I think. Jupes throws some big dudes at you. Yeah, will you be playing a module, or is it all from the twisted mind of Jupes? It is the Jupian mind of Twist. Not a module. You know, I've played Dungeons & Dragons for like 40 years, and I've played in a officially printed module twice. I don't know. We just never did that. In all my different friend groups and all this other stuff. Even when I used to go to Gen Con every year as a kid or a young adult or a college student, even the like games you could sign up to and go play in at Gen Con, those weren't even modules. It was something that the dude made up. It was sort of like they made a module out of it because they kept running it, so I don't know if there's a technicality here, but yeah, I've been in like 2 modules in my whole life that were like strict, where they just had the module open and they were just running us through. It's my least favorite type of Dungeons & Dragons. The whole point of Dungeons & Dragons is that it's not Baldur's Gate 3. And it's not Diablo. Like, if you want, I go specifically here on a map and talk to this NPC that has stuff written out onto it and so on and so on. I don't know. Video games are good enough nowadays that you could just do that. And so the older I get, the more I'm leaning into the intangibles that you can't do in video games. Because when D&D came out, there were no video games. And then video games came out and they tried to emulate what they could of D&D, and they did a great job. But, you know, the era of being able to really do everything is probably a long way off. Discord's probably better for that. I'm told that Jupes likes to reduce the hit points of monsters and increase their damage a lot, which I think is good. And it also makes healing even yet worse. But I don't think you try to save healing in Dungeons and Dragons by tweaking monster stuff. You can't. Healing is just too crappy systematically. If every healing spell in combat, instead of doing a d8 plus stat, it did 3d8 plus triple stat, you might start taking it. Like if you increase every healing spell in the game's output by 300%, then you're casting healing spells, but yeah, it's probably too much of an increase. He goes glass cannon, and I like glass cannon because it's more exciting. It's more dangerous. You're not attacking a monster for all 200 of its hit points while it tickles you. It makes for long fights that aren't exciting. You're playing in an IRL game currently that's half module, half DM's creation, and you spent like 6 months not touching the module. It's a good springboard. Hey, I don't want to have to set the scene. I'll open up a module, do that, and then we'll just fuck off and do whatever. That's probably what most modules... That's probably how they work. In practice, in real life, I bet most of the modules people buy, it sets the scene for what they're going to do, and they start going through it, and then they kind of do whatever they want after that. That's perfectly fine. I don't mind. That's how he describes it. Also great encounters cause he never chokes up initiatives with tons of mobs. That's why I might not play a druid. So remember that druid was my other choice, because I've never played a druid either in Dungeons and Dragons. And I started looking through the druid stuff and the druid spell list. And I think the Dungeons and Dragons druid is like a video game. It would be great in a video game where a computer handles all of your summoned creatures and all of your summoned creature spells and all of your potential wild shapes. And you just kind of summon that stuff and click on it and do it, and the computer just fucking figures it out. But in a real game, I don't know that I want my druid character sheet, which is 3 pages long, with all the spells. And then also 3 other character sheets for when I go into combat bear mode and then alternative combat mode form, and here are all my stats for all that. And then, by the way, like 1 page that's filled up with just the basic stat lines of like 6 or 7 other creatures for scouting, and then all the stat lines for all the summon stuff that I could do. And then we get into a combat, and my character is responsible for rolling the initiative of like 5 different creatures and juggling all of their actions. It's like a time waster at the table. It's very powerful. It's very powerful, and if you like micromanaging, that's fun. But I think it like hogs the playtime in a way. Or in my head, I might be hogging the playtime by doing that. And I don't know if I want to. And so that's why I'm kind of leaning away from druid, even though I think druid spells are in general better than cleric ones. They're more interesting anyway. And the idea of just burning through your spells, and if you don't have a cool spell to use, you turn into a bear and start fighting like 60% as well as some fighter. Like, that's cool, actually. Like, what's a druid doing? Okay, heat metal on that guy. Call lightning. and then every turn call lightning plus do something else. And if anyone thinks they want to enter combat with me, or if I don't have a great spell to cast, I turn into a bear and just start tanking hits and doing not great damage, but at least you're doing something, you know? And then if you ever need to do the exploration phase of the game, holy shit. You're good. If you're ever doing the exploration sphere, oh, where do we need to go? What do we need to find out? No problem. I'll talk to an animal. I'll turn into one. I'm basically a rogue, except I look like a rat or a bird or a snake or like a bug or whatever. You conquer the exploration part of the game. Damn, there's something in the woods and we have to figure it out. Well, I'll just ask some deer. Alright, the deer tells you. Alright. Hell yeah, now we know where is that thing? I feel the wind. Also, here's a leaf. And then these birds. Alright, it's probably in that direction. Also, I can smell it because I have super smell. Because I turned into a badger. Oh, and now we need to, like, sneak up on it. No problem, I'll turn into a bird. It's exactly over here, plus I overheard them, and I just came back. Now we're prepared. Like, it's so good for the exploration phase. And it probably should be, right? Because it's a druid. It makes sense that they would be the ultimate explorers. Probably better than ranger, but ranger can fight as well. Even if you're in a city, it's not even a city nature thing. Plenty of animals in the city as well. You're good. How is our exploration sphere? The Ranger Beastmaster can probably do some pretty good work there, and the Wizard can probably do some pretty good work there. There's no rogue type, there's no sneaker. It doesn't look like a sneaky party, though. Wizard Owl familiar, though? Yeah. Yeah. Wizard is really good at every sphere, if they want to be. Your familiar can scout, you have divination spells, you can cheat at traveling, you can potentially cheat at interaction if you want to. Like, kind of whatever the party needs, the wizard can do. Like, between a ranger and a wizard, our exploration is great. The only thing we don't have is some sneaky person. But I have a well-known hatred of rogues, so I ain't doing that. CJ, are you doing divination, or are you branching out? Are you picking something else? Don't take this question to be judgmental, okay? I would never judge anyone for taking divination. It's the best and the most fun, no matter what you're doing, which is some people's problem with it. If you want to be the best blast caster, like Blaster Boy ever, divination. If you want to be the most defensive, abjuration, protecting the party Chad ever, divination's the best. If you want to be the best person who interacts with stuff out of combat and all this, divination. It's just the best. But if you've played one already, you kind of don't want to play the same thing again. So I would get it. Graviturgy? You're lying. That's not a thing. Graviturgy. Alright. That's funny. Graviturgy. I already like this. I don't know what it does. I have some idea. But I already like it. Understanding and mastering the forces that draw bodies from matter together or drive them apart. Explorer's Guide to Wildemount. Alright. Adjust density. Become big. Okay. At second level, as an action, you can magically alter the weight of one object or creature you can see within 30 feet. You can make something big. Or small. Must be large or smaller. A creature's weight is halved or doubled for 1 minute. Well, the weight of a creature is halved. Speed increased 10 feet, good. Jump twice as far as normal, good. Disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. I mean, if you weren't going to do that anyway, who cares? Well, the weight of a creature is doubled. Creature's speed is reduced by 10, bad. Advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Meh. Look, somebody's got to move that rock. Otherwise, you fail the encounter. But as a wizard, you have so many ways of doing that that don't involve making a creature big in a way that doesn't affect combat in any way. Also, the fighter can probably just move the boulder. On reaching 10th, you can target an object that is huge or smaller. Okay. This is like speed and weight from Tekken. Okay, adjust density. Has a lot of like roleplay-y kind of uses, but in general not good. Gravity well. Or at least not good on a wizard who can do all that shit anyway. When you reach 6th level, whenever a creature casts a spell on a creature, you can move the target 5 feet. If they are willing. The spell hits it with an attack. Or it fails a saving throw against a spell. We can move people back 5 feet whenever a spell hits it with an attack. How is this good? You can move yourself. Or, okay. There's some other wizard in the party and he's in melee combat with a guy. On your turn, you can cast a spell on that guy or the wizard and move him like out of combat. So on his turn, he doesn't have disadvantage maybe. I don't know if he's going to do a ranged attack roll or something. It's like a kind of like a tactical thing, kind of useful. How many spells have multiple hits? You cast Magic Missile that hits 3 times, and so you move somebody back 15 feet, maybe throw them off a ledge or something like that. You're kind of moving, it's almost like you're casting spells and the people in your party are little chess pieces that you're moving around. But generally, I feel like your party is going to personally be able to handle moving around the battlefield, or they should consider that, such that you don't necessarily need to help them do that. You could. Yeah, both of these not good. Violent Attraction. When another creature that you can see within 60 feet is watching... never mind. You can use your reaction to increase the attack's velocity. So we're using our reaction now, which means no shield. So you're kind of giving up shield, which at 10th level maybe doesn't matter anymore, but still. Do an extra d10 points of damage on the weapons type. Okay. You yourself, in a roundabout way, end up doing an extra d10 damage per turn. At level 10, that's kind of a drop in the bucket. If somebody falls, you can use your reaction to increase the fall's damage by 2d10. That's funny. You can use future number of times per day equals... Alright. Damn, I'm so sad. It's called Graviturgy, which is such a funny name. And then all its abilities are kind of bad. They do have uses. When we were going over these, I came up with a bunch of use case scenarios for them. But in general, I don't think they're good. Yeah, Disappointurgy. Event Horizon is a flavorfully cool ability in strength saving throws. Some / many monsters may have a problem succeeding at strength saves. Reducing its speed to 0 is good. But it's a one-time long rest. I guess you can 3rd level or higher on it. Yeah, cool idea, but at 14th level, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sad. Graviturgy has made me sad. Really cool name. Kind of flavorful abilities a little bit. Event Horizon really works. The decrease weight thing is flavorful but isn't very great. The moving people around thing isn't very gravity inspiring. I guess attraction is gravity, so maybe that does. LeBlanc and 84, first time chatter. Do you take any rules questions here? Yeah, sure. Do you mean for my normal content, which is Age of Sigmar Warhammer, or do you mean Dungeons and Dragons? I'll take rules questions. I'm returning to D&D 5e after a long time not playing it. But I'm normally pretty good with rules. What are we studying? D&D today? We building someone's character? Yeah, I'm Hoop. I'm building a character for Jupe game. I got a character already for Meph game. Meph game character is complete, and then I'm just using this as a template for Jupe game. And I'm seeing what D&D 5e has printed in the last 5 years, basically. I'm like exploring that. A return. And got some of the other players for it in chat. Can you post a link to stat block? No, but only because I have all the... I just have links turned off, in general. Sorry. I find it easier to just disallow that than to click OK on all of them. Hear me out, future character idea, Plasmoid Soul Knife wielding rogue. Plasmoid? I'm gonna have to look up what that is, Evil Marksman. Multi-class Blood Hunter? Blood Hunter sounds like somebody's homebrew. That's a funny name. Oh. Well, okay then. It is a homebrew. Often feared or misunderstood. I'm a blood hunter, feared and misunderstood. Whose high school friend wrote this? I'm not like purely making fun of it. I'm making fun with it, okay? Matt Mercer. Why does that name ring a bell? Oh, that's the D&D show guy. Okay. Is he like self-aware, kind of ironically making this, or is this like serious? Crit Role Matt. Okay. Yeah, Critical Role, that's the thing. You know, I've never watched Critical Role, but I've heard about it. It's really successful. My blood hunter saw his parents die in front of him. The killer. My brother. Yeah. Statistically speaking, blood hunters as a demographic are in the 5th percentile for having both living parents and villages that weren't accidentally burned down by your secret amazing power that you can't control in your backstory. My brother is my rival, and then it turns out I'm my brother. We were switched at birth and before birth. We have one heart and we love the same woman who is dead. Anyway, the Witch Queen, I think it is from Tasha's. The Witch Queen. Is this a... Hold on, I have books over here. Tasha's Cauldron of Everybody. Witch Queen, huh? Is that a character or is it a class? NPC monster, okay. Demonomicon of Iggy Wilv. 125. Is this the Iggy Wilv thing? Yeah. An expansive treatise documenting the abyss's infinite layers and inhabitants. The Demonomicon of Iggly is the most thorough and blasphemous tome of demonology in the multiverse. Cool. Has the follow, probably they mean following, random properties, which can determine 2 minor, 1 blah blah. The book has 8 charges. It regains D8 daily at dawn. While holding it, you can use an action to cast hideous laughter from it, or to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells. Okay, so we get free Dodge's Hideous Laughter, as far as I can see. Right? While holding it, you can use an action to just cast Hideous Laughter, or you can do a bunch of other stuff by expending things. Infinite Hezro. Her stats online. Alright, I'll look it up. Witch Queen. 5e creature. D&D wiki. Is this it? The lady over here. If she fails a saving throw, she can choose to succeed instead. Yeah, it's called Legendary Resistance, and a lot of creatures have this now in 5th. They put this in here so that, like, really important, powerful shit's they're supposed to be, like, cool. And so they don't want the party to just roll up and one-shot it by failing a save, you know? And so they added Legendary Resistance 3 per day stuff. I think that's fine. In 5th, they tried to move a lot away from save or lose kind of stuff. For the most part. What am I looking at here? Is this the wrong stat block? Is this or this Tasha's Cauldron of Everything Wizards The Wild Beyond Witchlight 21? So this is not the right stat block. Oh, you posted the picture. Thanks, Lord Vladik. Let's check it out. Oh, from the book itself. Got it. All right. Now, what am I looking for? She makes 2 bewitching bolt attacks. Abyssal Rift. Recharge 5/6. 20-foot radius sphere. Each creature in that area must make a DC 22 con save, taking a bunch of damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful. In addition, there's a 50% chance that 3 Hezrus then appear in unoccupied spaces in the sphere. They act as Iggly allies, take their turns immediately after hers, and can't summon other demons. They remain until they die, or until Igwilv dismisses them as an action. And it has recharge 5/6, which is like what? Every turn you probably roll a die, and on a 5 or 6, the ability is recharged. Yeah, okay. I didn't know the recharge mechanic, but I just kind of guessed. So it seems to me They remain until they die, or until she dismisses them. And it doesn't say like once a day, once a long rest, you know. It seems to me, if Igwilv the Witch Queen wanted to, like if she wanted to, every 30 seconds or so, she can summon like 6 demons that stay forever and are just chilling. They count as her allies, but they specifically can't summon other demons, and they remain forever. As I'm reading the words on this page, so I would say, as a GM advice, if you were to ever, as a dungeon master, have Igwilv in your game, like if you were going to include this monster in your game, I would do so as probably a large kingdom / country sized threat. Because if she's been on the plane of existence for any amount of time, she almost certainly has legions of Hezros. Just armies of them. Hundreds and hundreds. I would imagine. And unless she felt like not having that, which maybe she does. I don't know anything about her character. So maybe she's not trying to summon Hezrus forever until the planet is full of them, right? You were sure you were somehow wrong? No, you are right. Now, what the Dungeon Master chooses to do with this information is up to them, right? But yeah, if Igwilv chose to, she could be summoning Hezros basically non-stop for all waking hours. I assume perhaps she needs to sleep at some point, eat breakfast, you know, get on the Nordic track, stair stepper, you know, exercise a little bit. But for the most part, several hundred of these a day, forever. It's a level 20 campaign. I imagine in the book you're probably fighting your way through infinite Hezrus at all times, and then eventually, finally, you get to her, and now you have a duel, and she keeps summoning them during combat. Are Hezrus, like, powerful demons, or are they kind of, like, mid? Anyway, yeah, this is a CR20 encounter. Challenge rating 20. If your Dungeons & Dragons party is level 20, I expect you to be able to handle infinite Hezros. Yeah, this is a proper challenge. Hey, good work. It seems to work. Level 20 content is supposed to be insane, because your party is so strong at that point that you're kind of like children just making shit up at that point. I mean, unless your 20th level party is literally 4 fighters with no spells, right? Then probably not. But a level 20 party probably has an intelligence caster, and it probably has a wisdom caster or a charisma one. And if you at least got that, then you can probably deal with 300 Hezrus. Maybe not in combat round by round, but you can do something to nullify that encounter, or get around it, or come up with some master plan where you find an artifact and unsummon all of them, or get your... Ooh, you go to the top of a mountain and talk to a god and do some quests for him so that he trusts you, and now he crafts you suits of armor that radiate an aura in a 30-foot range that sends all demons back to their home plane of existence, and then you just, like, fucking strut through her armies as her Hezro demons are automatically banished around you, and you get up to her and you point and you're like, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna kick your ass. And then you fight her, and like that's what level 20 games are about. So yeah, she can summon infinite demons, but it's a CR20. So you know, dealing with that part of her is kind of like part of the campaign, I would expect. She has a clone cast on her as well. I would imagine a CR20 spellcaster has a lot of aces up their sleeve, you know? So I would expect that. Anyway, before that, hey, thanks for the question. That was an interesting diatribe. Plasmoid soul knife wielding rogue said evil marksman, and then we talked about the other thing. I'm just glad it was a rules question that I could very easily answer. It's just right there on the page, it just works. But since it's a monster, you're gonna have to find a way to deal with that as part of the game. Like, consider this. If there's a monster that every time it hits something, it does literally infinite damage. Like, automatically hits, melee range, no save, reduce character to negative 50 hit points. Just dead, right? Is that an overpowered monster in D&D? No. It is if it's currently moving towards you into melee combat, but, you know, this is a world of magic and wizards and dragons and shit. And here you have Gotrek, who kills anything he hits in one hit. And you cast Fly on yourself. And you are immune to him. You've defeated him. You might not be able to kill him, but you cast Fly. He can't reach you. You win, right? Like, Dungeons & Dragons is about thinking outside the box. To a large degree. And so what does he do? Well, he's going to find innocent people to be like, ooh, I'll kill them unless you do something. And then it becomes kind of a story. The man who could kill anything in one hit, monster villain guy. And so what do you do about that? So a lot of the, like, in-combat statistical stuff that monsters can do, I mostly just allow it. Because it gives the players an opportunity to come up with interesting ways around it with their brains. So, Peace Domain, long story short, Peace Domain Cleric, perfectly balanced. Same with Twilight. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Ish. Oh, SJ. Your Beastmaster Ranger. Is this... You're pretty locked in on doing that? So that my character decisions can reflect that? Or are you still kind of, ooh, it might be this, it might be that? Normally what I do is I wait for everybody else to finish, and then I make a character that ties the room together like the rug in The Big Lebowski. Where it's just like, oh, what does this party need? I'll do that. Unless I really hate the thing. Like if the one thing this party needed was a rogue, I couldn't probably bring myself. Because I don't like rogues. Mechanically, I don't think they're fun to play, generally. But in essence, you know what I mean. Is it going to be a Heywoah actual play series? Probably not. The Mephisto game. The Mephisto game where I'm playing a Chronergy wizard. Starting at level 5, and it's like silly, over the top, kind of anime, Mad Max Apocalypse Arena Dome City thing. That one's going to be streamed. I think Meph is streaming that one. Jupe's probably not streaming his, but I guess I'll ask. It's a lot to ask somebody to stream a D&D game. You are in fact a Halfling Ranger Beastmaster. Okay. I have a question. What is that? Beastmaster Conclave. I wanna see what my friends are doing over here in this party. Ranger's Companion. You get a beast. An altered beast companion. Choose a beast that is no larger than medium and that has a challenge rating of a quarter or lower. Alright. Add your proficiency bonus to the beast's AC attack rolls and oh, so then you re-level it up with your proficiency bonus. I see. Okay. As well as to any of its saving throws and skills that it is proficient in. Hit points maximum equals the normal maximum of 4 times your ranger level, whichever is higher. Okay. So you're level 3. It has 12 hit points, possibly more. And its AC is probably like 14 and has +2 to everything. So at 3rd level you summon a 1st level character. But then it continues to scale in a linear manner. Takes its turn on your initiative. You like that for bookkeeping. It's just kind of a time waster if you're doing extra stuff. So it just goes on your turn. You can verbally command the beast where to move. No action required by you. Alright, so you become an anime character. You know, Pikachu, go! Right, you can use your action to verbally command it to take the attack, dash, disengage, or help action. If you don't issue a command, the beast takes dodge. Once you have the extra attack feature, you can make one weapon attack yourself when you command the beast to take the attack action. Oh, because you use your action to command the beast to attack. Ugh, ew. Okay. Alright. So you could be attacking, but instead the creature is attacking and it essentially costs the same amount of resources. So if at level 3 you have a better 2-hit and damage than your pet does, then spending your action to cause your pet to attack is sort of like voluntarily reducing your stuff. But at least you get to attack as well once when you command it to attack. It's still like it's a fabulous, meaningful companion thing for role-playing and stuff. But it looks like they were terrified of giving you extra actions every turn with it. If you die, it acts on its own. If the beast dies, you could just get another one, go to the store. 8 hours magically bonding with a creature, okay. Okay, so that... Maybe I should make a more powerful character so that we're good. Oh, Primal Companion optional. This 3rd level feature replaces the Ranger's Companion feature. Oh. Maybe this is like... I heard they buffed Ranger. Maybe this is the buff. This optional thing. You magically summon a Primal Beast, which draws strength from your bond with nature. The beast is friendly to you and your companions and obeys your commands. Choose its stat block: Beast of the Land, Sea, Sky, or Dinner Plate. You also determine the kind of animal it is, choosing a kind of... Okay, so you get to really customize your shit. Good. I wanted more customization. Whatever kind you choose, the beast bears primal markings, indicating its mystic origin. So your beast looks cool. Got it. In combat, it acts. It can move and use its reaction on its own, but the only action it takes is dodge unless you take a bonus action to command. Okay, good. All right. Okay. So now, instead of being your companion being like literal negative damage, you can use a bonus action, and now we're finally positive again. Because I feel like if you take a special class where you could have taken something else, but you take this instead, I feel like it should improve you instead of make you worse. So this is good. Action can be used in the stat block. You can also sacrifice one of your attacks to command it to attack if you want more. Okay. If the beast has died within the last hour, you can use your action to touch it and reanimate it. Sweet. Reanimator. It does vanish if you die, though. But not if you are reduced to 0 hit points. Okay, I like this paragraph a lot better. It's fixed. SG Arcade won't suck. I was concerned that you might suck, but looks like that's not the case. We're fixed. We're okay. Are you going Beast of the Sea, of the Land, or the Sky? If you're going ranged weapons, you're going to definitely have higher to hit. Yeah, I was being kind by saying it that way. Don't worry, you will suck. Not with that attitude. You can switch them. You can. When you finish a long rest, you can summon a different primal. Okay, so every day, you're a new beast. You know, you take a shower, brush your teeth, you're a new beast. Cool. So that means if we go underwater in an underwater level, you get to use Beast of the Sea stuff. All right, cool. Sweet. Decent stat line. Just 2s, right? Dark Vision 60, Passive Perception 12. Understands the languages you speak, so it's the smartest bear. If the beast moves at least 20 feet straight toward a target, and then hits it with a maul attack, the target takes an extra d6 slashing. If the target is a creature, it must succeed in strength, or be knocked prone. Cool. Charge is good. You can add your proficiency bonus to any ability check or saving throw that the beast makes. Sick. Nice. Proficiency in all saves. You love to see it. Does a d8 plus 2 plus PB. Okay, so not the craziest damage I've ever seen. But it's bonus action damage, right? It's free, essentially. A d8 plus 2 isn't a lot, but it's free real estate. And it's another thing for somebody to attack. It's got 15 AC, maybe higher. 5 plus 5 times your ranger level. So you're level 3. So it has 20 hit points? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you're level 3 when you get this. And so it kind of scales up with you. Even its damage scales up a little bit. And then, you know, it can be buffed, stuff like that. So the level that you get it at 3. Dude's doing like, I don't know, 10 damage or something like that. Has 20 hit points. Has a fun little charge thing. And you're spending your bonus action. So it's kind of like bonus action Eldritch Blast almost. Kinda. Good. Alright. Beast of the Sea. Same thing, just has a swim speed. Wait, what's its speed? Ooh, okay. Hey. Not even 30-foot speed. 40-foot speed and climb 40. He's booking it up those trees. This is actually very nice. These two. Good work. Beast of the Sea can technically exist on land. It's just 5 foot. Your spell attack modifier to hit. Reach 5. D6 plus 2 plus PB. Piercing or bludgeoning. And the target is grappled because it's a fucking octopus. Cool. Nice. A little CC. You could even do this. All right, you throw your octopus pet even though you're on land, and it just like grapples somebody for you, and now it's a little CC thing. All right, the barbarian in the party can like raging throw this thing at somebody for damage, and then it's kind of like a bear trap on a chain, right? And then the Beast of the Sky is for scouting, probably. Flies 60, awesome. Doesn't provoke attacks when it flies out of an enemy's reach. You love to see it. Great work there. And then it does the smallest amount of damage because flying is overpowered. Okay, good scouter. You got a bald eagle on your wrist, you know? Exceptional training. Beginning at 7th. On any of your turns when your beast companion doesn't attack, you can use a bonus action to command the beast to take the dash, disengage, or help. Help, kind of cool. Beast attacks count as magical. Let's go. At 11, when you command it to take the attack action, the beast can make 2 attacks. Good. That's good. It means it scales up instead of just like stays bad forever or something, but that's technically a lot of attacks, man. You yourself are doing 2 or 3 attacks. Your beast is doing 2 or 3 attacks. You're kind of a little flurry. At 15, when you cast the spell on yourself, the beast also gets that. Damn, I was hoping you'd get that before the way after most campaigns end, but that's fine. What kind of bonus actions do rangers normally take? What are you giving up to do that bonus action? In my memory banks, I remember something about Hunter's Mark and Bow Spirit. I know those are good. Perhaps they've come up with new ones now. Hunter's Mark being a divination bonus action. Till spell ends, you deal an extra d6 damage to the target whenever you hit with a weapon attack, and you have advantage on Wisdom, Perception, Wisdom, Survival. And then you can put it on another one. So it's a first level. Spell's pretty good. So you do it once, and then you can just bonus action put it on other people, but it is a bonus action, right? So the turn that you cast Hunter's Mark, your pet is not attacking. And the turn that you want to hot swap the the Hunter's Mark onto the next target, your pet is not attacking. Alright, so the choke points of bonus actions are start of combat, and every time the thing you're fighting dies. On those particular turns, like, your pet's not attacking. There was something else, too. Dominate beast. What page is this Heywoah is looking up stuff on? I'm just looking up on the Wikipedia. On the DND 5 E wiki. Ooh, you can summon a beast too. It obeys your verbal commands. No action required by you. Cool. Double beasties. Alright, we have a beast and we summon a beast. The power. I could have sworn you had something cool. Lightning arrow. Concentration. Unlimited beast works. 48 lightning damage on a hit or half as much on a miss instead of the weapon's normal damage. Oh, it flat replaces the weapon's normal damage. Cool, okay. So it turns your arrows into little tiny AoEs. Like little fireworks that pop off, and they ignore some of your like, ooh, you get this bonus to what it doesn't use your weapon stuff, it's magic. It's a dex save. Conjure barrage. Well, I might as well see what Conjure Barrage does, right? Okay, so just damage. What's Zephyr Strike? Again, one bonus action. You move like the wind for the duration your movement doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. Super good. Once the spell ends, you can give yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll. Deals an extra d8. Whenever you hit or miss, your walking speed increases by 30 feet until the next turn. Whether you hit or miss, your walking speed is fast. So you use Zephyr Strike as a bonus action. And then you deal an extra d8 when you shoot somebody. And then the spell ends and you get plus 30 feet of movement. That's kind of cool. And you also get free disengages. Just always. As long as you have the duration up. So if there's like 3 dudes in combat with you, you bonus action Zephyr Strike. Peace out. They can't touch you. Shoot one of them for bonus damage, and then immediately get 30 bonus feet of movement to use. So you look like an actual ranger, just kind of flipping around everybody and they can't touch you. Yeah, Zephyr Strike is cool. Hunter's Mark is good. Zephyr Strike is good. Sudden Awakening. Jesus. Normally, having all this shit work on bonus actions is really good, but as a Beastmaster, your bonus action is locked in on making your entire subclass work. So every turn you're not using your bonus action for your thing to attack, you're like missing potential damage. And so you can think about it one of 2 ways. One, I have 3 bonus actions I want to be using every turn, and I only have to pick one. And if I don't pick beast attacks, then it's like, why did I even take this class, right? That's like the bad way. That's like the depressium way you could think about it. Or you could say, hey, instead of cast my bonus action spells that give me, to be honest, roughly the same amount of bonus damage that my pet's doing with bonus actions anyway, I don't have to worry about juggling all those spells and spending spell slots on bonus actions for damage when I just have a pet that always does that. And so my spell choice can be anything else I want. I don't have to take Hunter's Mark Or Zephyr's, like, I don't have to do those because my pet basically does that already and it frees me up to do something else. It's sort of like two different ways of thinking about it, I guess. Or you could take a different subclass and then get everything, but we're trying to be cool and have a cool pet over here. And so all the spells we take are like Giga Chad, you know, absorb elements, detect magic, Goodberry, entangle, fucking lesser restoration, locate stuff, pass without trace. You take all the like, all right, outside of combat, I'm gonna solve some encounters and some exploration things by just casting a spell. And then in combat, my pet just takes a bonus action every time and he does the shit. And maybe a hunter's mark, if you want, as a treat, just once. And your spells are for something else. Alright, I'm starting to get an idea of what SJ inside and out of combat play is going to be mechanic-wise. This shit is all above your brain cells. Don't worry about it, SJ. Okay, so it seems like your spells are gonna probably be geared more towards out of combat, like solve shit, you know, and in combat reactions that kind of solve shit. And instead of taking all the bonus action ones that up your damage, your pet just does that for a bonus action anyway, and it doesn't have spell slots associated. So you can take all the like weird role-playing, get past this cool shit spells out of combat, and then in combat it's just like, well, instead of casting a spell that does a d8 damage, my pet does a d8 damage. All right, easy. Yeah, fog cloud on a garrison or something. Yeah, there's some sweet shit rangers can do if they don't have to cast Hunter's Mark 5 times a day and Zephyr Strike over and over. And also, you can look at some of the action ones a little more seriously during combat, although generally not. Water walk, water breathing, just really useful stuff like that. Revivify, actually. Imagine a ranger casting Revivify on somebody and the pet still attacks twice. It's kind of good. Non-detection, oof. Or your action every turn is summoning a beast. Just over every turn, a beast. Your beast attacks, you summon a beast, the beast attacks. Next turn, your two beasts attack. You summon a beast. It attacks. Just raptors all the way down. Anyway, you got some options. Concentration, no. Oh, is it? Oh. Okay. No fun allowed. Concentration gets in the way. Excuse me, sir. Having fun is illegal in Dungeons and Dragons. You can only concentrate on one fun thing at a time. Then again, it'd be annoying to bookkeep all that stuff, right? Thinking Cure Wounds, Detect Magic, and Hunter's Mark. Detect Magic is very strong. It's a ritual too, which is extra good. We certainly have Detect Magic covered. That's for sure. So don't feel like you have to for the party's sake. We got that. Surely the wizard has it as a ritual, so you even do it outside of combat. It doesn't take a spell slot. We have infinite detect magics. Animal friendship? Finally, I can have a friend. Detect magic is a ritual for the low cost of 10 minutes and 6 seconds, the wizard can detect magic. They can, yeah. Sometimes you might not have 10 minutes and 6 seconds to detect magic. So, you know, it's not a wasted spell to, like, memorize. Zephyr Strike is kind of sick, though. Hunter's Mark is better DPS for sure. Zephyr Strike is you're in a Jet Li movie, and I like that. I kind of like that, especially since you have a pet. Yeah, there's a cantrip called Friends, but it's like yeah, when it wears off, they might get angry. In parentheses, they will. And that causes more problems than I think it's worth. Just have the warlock talk to somebody, or the paladin talk to somebody, or the bard or something like that. Have them play him a song and roll their, like, you know, insane charisma, proficiency bonus, whatever. Like, they can convince people. Yeah, we're starting at level 1 in Jupe's game. We're starting at 5 in Meph game, because we're too old to start at level 1. But Jupe's game, we're starting at 1, baby. Like 7 hit points. Let's go. Only the strong will survive. You wear the terrifying crit from a dagger, dude. Like a CR, like 1/4, just anything that happens to be holding a great axe that does a D12 damage. It's like, oh, here's some fucking goblin or just some random nothing creature, and it happens to be holding a great axe. Well, you're 1 dice roll away from dying from full life. Just out of there. You're just gone. You know. Damn, that's almost like how scary a battle axe would be in real life, though. Like, people tend to die. If you line up like a major league 2-handed great axe swing on a person, they would probably die from it. So I can't fault them for realism there. One thing Jupes told me about is the Oath of Conquest. He said it was the coolest paladin. Actually, he said his favorite paladin was Ancients, which makes a lot of sense, because it's a good one. But the coolest one is Oath of Conquest, because everything you read is just like, you are Darth Vader, Conan the Barbarian, who's technically a paladin somehow. What are the tenets? Douse the flame of hope. Rule with an iron fist. Strength above all. Okay, Rao. Jesus Christ. You're Archaon, Rao, Darth Vader, and Conan the Barbarian, and for some fucking reason this counts as a paladin. So I'll take it. Sounds hilarious. I mean, paladins being like good guys is so old school anyway. It might as well just be a class that you can do whatever with, right? I don't even know what its abilities are. Command, hold person, bestow curse, spiritual weapon, dominate beast, cloud kill, dominate person. Damn. We're just going through every class as Heywoah decides which one to play. Yeah. Well, no. I think I'm finally gonna try to play a cleric for the first time ever. Because I found a cleric domain that looks, again, for the first time ever, actually fun to play. Which was previously my problem with clerics. Is that they didn't feel fun to play. But then I found Peace Domain. Peace Domain. Peace Domain Cleric has as much to do with peace as like fucking Venom Snake from Metal Gear 5. You're like punished medic, okay? Peace through strength and superior firepower. This shit seems hilarious. There's some goofy ass switch places resistance combos that I'm just probably not gonna do because I think they're almost a little too crazy. But yeah, I'm playing Venom Snake, the quote unquote peace cleric, I think. And I'm just standing in melee range. Because I think the party needs one more guy that stands in melee range. Also, we need a wisdom caster. Well, we don't need, but it would be nice. And there are some skills that the party probably doesn't have that I could facilitate. And so I'm thinking a peace cleric. We'll get our wisdom casting. We'll get our AoE group buffs, you know, shaman from EverQuest, bard from EverQuest kind of thing. Make the party better. And I was thinking Azamar because I've never played an Azamar despite everyone playing Azamar. But I was going to look through the races and see if there was any cool races that jumped out at me. Kobold for pack tactics, you won't? No, I won't. I won't. Yeah. Not only are kobolds tiny, as in like not big and cool looking, but also they're short. Absolutely disgusting. Who would choose to play a short character on purpose? I don't understand. I'm glad that there are choices like that in the game so that people can do it, but imagine not being tall. It's a roleplay. You can be anything and you choose not to be tall. Unbelievable. It can't be believed by me. Dwarves get a pass? Barely. At least dwarves are fucking hench and have cool beards. But the shortness ruins it because if you stretch a dwarf out to be like big, they actually just look like an awesome barbarian guy, you know. And so we'll just do that. You're big and tall in real life, so this is your roleplay. That's fair. Yeah, I accept this. I would accept this as a reason. If you're already big and tall in real life, men's big and tall, well, you can play the role of whatever you want. It's fantasy. What if I was short and small, but I still had to be cool? It's an interesting challenge to solve. Anyway, wait, these are backgrounds. Are lineages what they call races now? Yes. Okay. Dragonborn, dwarf, elf, gnome. You like role-playing tiny people so you can escape being big? True. Hey, maybe I'll switch it up. I won't be something humongous this time. What about that? What if I'm not something humongous? Most of my characters aren't, actually. But let's keep the trend going. I heard they made all the races basically the same. So that there was essentially almost no difference between most of them fundamentally. Which sucks all of the flavor and uniqueness out of the game and just lets you be whatever. Which I hugely disagree with. But understand why they would do it, and it's good and bad. Making every race you just choose +2 to one stat, +1 to another stat. It's really good in a few ways and really bad in other ways. Right. It's kind of like soda. It's delicious, but it's bad for you. Delicious. But when I'm choosing what to make, it means I can choose anything. Awesome. I have infinite choice. I can choose literally any race, and I won't be really punished very hard for choosing really anything. So from that angle, from an end user perspective, it's actually quite nice. Very convenient. You can go bunny girl, Heywoah. You can be tall because you're all ears. Oh, true. And then I always get the puns. Every single bar in blacksmith or town I enter, I do the I'm all ears pun, and every single time everyone laughs and claps. I clapped, yeah. Shall I be a monstrous race? Let's check our notes. Races. Normal. Chill on planar multiverse stuff. As in, like, don't do planar multiverse stuff. But tieflings and stuff are fine. Okay. So no Gith Zerai, no Gith Yankee. Spelljammer, plane shift kind of stuff. Planescape kind of stuff. I mean, Yuan-Ti. Alright, so we'll keep it like classic, I guess. Tiefling is under exotic, so I'm assuming... No, it's actually under common. They're so common. It's fun because you can do what you want. Yeah, it's very convenient that way. And it's not bioessentialist, which is bad. Bioessentialist. What does that mean? But also when you're like an epically strong halfling barbarian, it feels odd. Yeah, that's kind of my point. I don't know if bioessentialism has some baggage associated with it. I imagine it does, you know? But I'm thinking of like, okay, here's a dolphin, right? It swims, it's pretty fast at swimming. That's a big part of what it means to be a dolphin. All right, here's a half-orc. They're big and strong. Being generally big and strong is a part of meaningfully what it means to be a half-orc, right? And gnomes are small and smart, and that's, in a sense, kind of a part of what it means to be a gnome, right? And I don't think that's bad. That's like kind of descriptive. Like if that didn't exist, what is a half-orc? Okay, green skin, maybe. Had orc parents. I don't know. Warforged are probably under Eberron in setting specific. I don't know if he's doing Eberron stuff or not. Just play it like the movie Bright. All orcs are piebald. What's movie Bright? Okay, I don't know movie Bright that I don't know piebald. I can't help here. Sorry, I don't get the reference. The Will Smith thing. I still don't know. I don't have Netflix, so I guess I don't know. Deviation from the norm can make for interesting role-playing. Just the Drow Ranger is an example. Well, Drow are naturally like really good at being rangers because their stats are really good for it. I guess you mean like in that one it's like Drow tend to be bad, right? It's an evil race because they worship an evil god. And there's a little bit of a echo chamber back, or not an echo chamber. What's the, like, an evil race with their evil god, and they're making each other more and more evil, kinda. Feedback, yeah. And so, but your drow is special and unique because he's good and cool. And so there is a little bit of weirdness going on, like, hey, all the dark elves are evil. But all the dark elves anyone ever plays in their games, all of those ones are good. Because they're special, right? And they're special because they're differing from the norm in a way, right? So if you get rid of the norm, are you special? I don't know. Is this like a... I think the RP implications of it are probably non-existent. It's probably just like, why should we punish you for being a half-orc wizard? And it's just pure game mechanics, probably. In which case, it's very convenient and nice for making a character. You know? It's probably just, I imagine it's just like a game balance thing. Hey, if you want to be a Goliath cleric, cool. We won't punish you for doing that. I assume. Problem is people automatically assume fantasy races are analogs for races of humanity and get very upset about it. Oh, clutch your fucking pearls. I know this isn't you, but yeah. You know, you can go too far with this everything is interconnected, think about it for too long kind of thing. Chill. It's a fucking game. It's a fantasy land. Twitter people with persecution complexes on fantasy, I don't know. Perhaps I'm old now, but I roll my eyes. It's not real, okay? It's cartoons. The film is set in an... Oh, are we talking about Bright? Alternate present in which humans and mythical creatures coexist and details an LAPD police officer and his orc partner confronting racism. Yeah, okay. Hey, speaking of, don't get fantasy and reality messed up. Maybe it's confusing for people because you see stories where the point of the story is racism bad, and then it puts orcs in there, and the orcs are supposed to be black people. And it puts humans in there, and humans are supposed to be white people or whatever. And it's like, see racism bad? And then they go over to D&D, and they're like, why orcs evil? That means that black people are evil. No. No, let's use our brains. Okay, let's get some... Let's turn those gears up there. Alright, I'm done with the condescension for now. Anyway, I'm not, like, yelling at you. You're just like a messenger for modern day, and I'm kind of chuckling at it. The elves were the white people? Yeah, almost certainly. Because elves in fantasy settings are just people, except better in every way, right? They're just the best people. They live for the longest, they're the smartest, they're the prettiest, they're the tallest. They have Spock ears, which means they're extra smart, you know. You can draw a bunch of parallels if that is what you want to spend your time doing. If you want to spin those plates. Anyhow, what was I doing? Oh yeah, races for the cleric. I've never played an Azamar. And it's... dude, am I like... Okay, I haven't ever played a cleric. And now that I am I just choosing the most basic bitch possible type of cleric ever? Or I'm like, damn, I never played a cleric, so I'll play a peace cleric. Hey, I've never played an Azamar, and that seems to fit with cleric, and now I'm just making the cleric every single other person ever has made. You know? Am I've never done this into doing what everyone has always does? Is that a problem? Maybe my character is unique because of what I'm add to it after this stuff. I'm Cleric. John Cleric. I would say nice to meet you, but that is yet to be determined. Basic bitch cleric is life cleric. Okay, so we're still unique. We're still a snowflake. Peace isn't basic. Alright, we're safe. I'm marked safe. Aasimar are 7-foot tall, perfect half-angel people that look like Stormcast without their armor. They're fucking awesome. If I want to be fucking awesome, I could play an Aasimar. Be a dwarf for your cleric. This isn't classic WoW. I don't have to for Fear Ward. Cleric everyone plays is light cleric. Gamer move cleric is Twilight. Based cleric is Tempest. Tempest is the one that gets to roll max damage on its lightning and thunder effects with its channel divinity, which sounds overpowered. Until you look at their spell list. And then you notice that their lightning and thunder spells kind of suck compared to wizard. But maximizing them is still badass, so they're cool. Twilight Cleric is awesome. Just actually the gamer move for sure. Light Cleric? What did I do? Why are you good? Oh, because you get Fireball. Okay. That's it. Like, look, there's a bunch of other reasons, you know? There's all sorts of other reasons, probably. But you get Fireball added to your spell list, so your spells become useful instead of what the fuck ever. Yep, that's it. Do I need to read anything else, or is it just that? You get Light. When you're attacked, you can make it disadvantage. Which you can use a whole bunch. Okay, so you're hard to hit. You have Pocket Sand. You can explode with radiant damage for a little. Well, actually, it's second level for a good amount. Warding Flare gets better. Ooh, attacking. Okay, I see. Yeah. Creatures other than you. Got it. Yep. Alright. Light Cleric is good. I see. You get Fireball, so you can actually participate in combat in a fun way for you, not just for everyone else. And then you have abilities that are actually sick. Alright. Yep. Light Cleric good. I see. So, Light Cleric is the cleric that wants to be the center of attention, and will be. Tempest Cleric is the cleric that wanted to roll a sorcerer, but wasn't allowed to. Twilight is the cleric who is just fucking awesome. And Peace Cleric is what I'm playing. Okay, so we're kind of being unique now. That's good. Okay. 2 to 1 and 1 to a different, or 1 to 3 different. Got it. You look cool in various ways. You have dark vision, which is a necessity for any character. So we got that. We're good. If you don't have dark vision, don't talk to me. You have resistance to damage that's pretty rare. As an action, you can touch a creature and roll a number of d4 is equal to your proficiency bonus. For gains. Once you use it, you can't use it again for a long... So once a long rest, you can heal. Which is good for picking somebody up at 0 hit points. But you do have to touch them, so this thing kind of sucks. And we're going to use Healing Word anyway, but it's possible we'll run out of spell slots. This is fine. That's nice. Light is a cantrip. Okay. Revelation. When you reach 3rd level, you evolve into a more powerful version of an Aasimar. Okay, sick. Necrotic Shroud. Wait, do we get this? This is a choose. Once a long rest for a minute. Necrotic, Radiant, or Radiant Soul. You get sweet wings. Creatures other than your allies within 10 feet, short range. Wiz, saving throw, or charisma. Yeah, okay. My charisma is not going to be high, so this isn't good. And then frightened. Once in each of your turns, you can deal extra necrotic damage to one target when you deal damage with an attack or a spell. Damage equals to your proficiency bonus. Okay, yeah. Dude, you get wings. Amazing. You get some shit that they'll pass a save for, maybe. It is a charisma save, so it's usually low. And you do a little more damage with your stuff. Necrotic Shroud is good. You're going to have to be really good to beat flying, plus damage. Radiant Consumption. You shed bright light. Each creature within 10 feet of you takes radiant damage equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay. Is this an action? It's a bonus action, okay. So each creature within 10 feet of you takes radiant damage equal to your prof bonus, which is like 1. Maybe a bunch. Deal extra radiant. Oh, okay, so maybe you always deal the extra radiant. So do you want wings and something, or a tiny amount of damage in an AoE, which is good for killing maybe 100 rats or something? 2 luminous spectral wings until you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed. Wait. Flightless wings? Alright. Hold up. Flightless wings. It's trash. Never mind. Alright, yeah, Radiant Soul wins. You get wings. Yeah, alright. So let's do Revelation. Radiant Soul wins. The other two actually suck. Get out of here. Get out of my face. So, notes. Azamar. Good thing. Wings once a day. Look cool. Anything else noteworthy? Better dark vision than normal. 60 foot. Dark vision 60. Resistance, kind of whatever. Healing hands, kind of whatever. Light, kind of whatever. But you get a bunch of them. You get a bunch of random stuff. That's a lot of stuff. Plus, gift basket of neat. Heal touch. Necrotic resist. Light. Minus. I can't remember what that meme is called. Where the guy orders the same thing he always orders, and he's like, "Ooh, daring today, aren't we?" Or something like that. Yeah. Daring choice today. And really, an Azamar Cleric? Amazing. I've never seen one of those before. Okay, so that's like the minus here. Not too big of a minus. Or a Kokra, which is like a flying bird person. What's the premise of today's video? D&D campaign character creation. Leading into playing a different D&D game tonight with Meth. Deep Gnome, too short. Arakocra looks like a bird. Changeling, I don't want to be changing forms all the time. Duergar, they're cool but not to play. Eldarin, what are you? Fae. Oh, seasonal elf. Okay, cool. Dark Vision. Advantage on Charmed. Bonus action, Misty Step. Four Seasons elves, okay. When you Misty Step, you can Charm. When you Misty Step, you can Frighten. When you Misty Step, somebody else can teleport instead, probably the best one. Proficiency bonus in damage to everything within 5 feet of you, good for clearing out rats. Okay. Proficiency perception? Damn, okay. Trance. Yeah, if I wanted to be a Eldarin. Misty Step OP. Dark Vision 60. Perception proficiency is so good that it's worth writing down for sure. Okay. Minus elf. Technically they're Fae, and this is a Jupes game, and Jupes likes Fae. He's got that history major kind of interest in stuff like that. He knows about Seelie and Unseelie courts and all the cool fairy creatures and stuff like that. He likes that shit. Just to, in case anybody mistakes anything here. In fact, Misty Step probably gets 2+ marks. It's extra good. Maybe if you're winter, you can get a Frostbeard. Okay. Look, we can copium all we want, and you're not wrong. And I probably would. Tiefling. I played too many tieflings in my life. I can't stop. They're so good. So I'm not. But keep in mind that I would do it. Because it's just the coolest race. But I'm stopping myself from doing it. It's so good. Dragonborn. There's already a Dragonborn in the party. I'm not trying to step on their toes. Let's keep them special, right? With the cutest broads. Yeah, CJ. Dwarf too short. Elf boring. Gnome disgusting. Half-elf too mechanically the best, probably. Half-orc ugly. Halfling disgusting. Human probably the best power gamer move, right? Because you can go variant human. You start with a feat which is fucking overpowered. I mean, I'll write it down, I guess. Human. Getting a feat is OP. Prof, skill of choice. That's really good. Minus. No dark vision. That's a big minus. Boring. Human. Lol. Yeah, feat OP. Proficiency skill of choice is great. No dark vision, huge minus. And boring. Now, whatever we make, we can make them interesting. You don't have to be interesting just because of your race, right? You are more than the color of your skin, right? You are more than the feat you got to choose because you went human, right? Anyway. And then tiefling. The best. The hottest. Flying. Minus. I always play one. So let's chill. Let's fucking chill. You like playing humans a lot in D&D? Honestly, same. I don't... It's fake outrage. Furbolg. Ugly. Fairy. Too small. But probably the best one just because it's like always flying and stuff like that. OP. Gensai, too outlandish. Gith, banned. Goliath. What is Goliath? Are you huge? Are you huge in a cool way or are you huge in a dumb way? Kind of a dumb way, actually. You are a bald human that's just like extra tall. They look like Minsk if his tattoos are brown. No, it's cool. Like, that's cool. A big human, that's sweet. So you got... What do you mean little giant? Don't you mean big human? Come on. Proficiency in athletics. You count as a size larger when determining your carrying capacity and the weight you can push, drag, or lift. You are big. Resistant cold. Kind of nice. You can supernaturally draw an unyielding stone to shrug off harm. Oh, free shrugs? When you take damage, you can use your reaction to roll a d12. Add your con mod and reduce the damage by that amount. Okay, cool. You get free shrugs. Twice a day, maybe 3 times a day. Okay, so it's not free shrugs. It's 3 shrugs. That's kind of cool. No dark vision. No flying. No misty step. Look big with a thing, but I'm already using my reaction for other stuff. Nah. Big old nah. Haringan. Oh, you're the bunny people. Okay. You're the rabbit people. I'm assuming you have a great jump distance and maybe you're fast. Not fast. Excuse me? You can add your proficiency bonus to your initiative rolls. Oh, real shit, huh? Okay. Hair trigger. I see what you did there. Okay, okay. I mean, I'll write it down. Proficiency to initiative. I am listening. I'm now listening. Okay. I'm manually listening. Proficiency in percept. Okay. Okay. Perception prof. That's very good as well. Dude, are we a bunny boy? Hold up. Lucky footwork. When you fail a dex saving throw, you can use your reaction to roll d4 and add it to the save. You can't use it if you're prone or... Okay. I'll probably be using my reaction already. Rabbit hop. Bonus action, you can jump a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus. No provoking. So if your proficiency bonus is, let's say, 3. You can jump 15 feet as a bonus action, and then... Okay, that's funny. Both of these put together is maybe almost something, but not quite. But that's it, okay. So proficiency to initiative, awesome. Perception proficiency, awesome. No dark vision. Hold up. No dark vision is the next one. bunny boy. Parenthetical. Bunny girl. No dark vision though. Minus. Other two kind of meh. Low on, yeah, just doesn't do much else and no dark vision. Like the bonus action disengage is not bad. It's not bad. It really isn't bad. Okay. Harangon. Proficiency to initiative. Perception. Bunny boy or girl. No dark vision. Big downside. And the other two kind of meh. But disengage isn't bad. Next. Kenku? What's that? Folk who resemble ravens. Oh, that's really cool as like a race of raven people in a world. I definitely would not want to play a bird though. So you're out. You're out from that. But it would be really cool in the game, in the world. Like raven and crow people is awesome. Do them up in a brown raggedy robe with the little sandals that have the bricks on them, or the little planks of wood on them or something, with a nice walking staff. That could be cool. Be really cool. But not to play as. I want them populating the world, but I don't want to play one. Locathah. Fish people? Disgusting. Owlin? Oh, we owlin. I'm out here owlin. Giant owl. Okay, owl people, same thing. Really cool to have in the world and populating it. Don't want to play one. Satyr are stupid. Goat stuff? No. Sea elf? No. Shadar Kai? Are elves? Okay, dark elves. Alright, raven, dark elves, black. Shadow elf. Blessing of the Raven Queen. Bonus action, magically teleport 30 feet. Oh, Misty Step, okay. Ultimate emo elf. Dark vision. Perception, resistance to necrotic. Okay, so you're like an elf. And when you gain resistance to all damage when you teleport using this trait. The resistance lasts until the start of your next turn. Okay, you get fucking vanish. Alright. Goth elf. What's this thing called again? Shadar Kai. Normal, great elf stuff. Misty Step now has resist all 1 turn. That's really good. Minus emo. So normal great elf stuff. I'm talking dark vision, proficiency to perception. Shit's amazing. Misty Step, so good. Downside, emo. Yeah. Advantage against charm, trance instead of sleep, stuff like that. Resist necrotic. They're just good. They're just good. What's a tabaxi? It's what I pack my pipe with. Some tabaxi. Oh, cat girls. Okay. All right. I don't know that I could do it. It would be too much. Look, I love cat girls just as much as everybody else. But I don't think anyone would believe it if I'm trying to roleplay as one. I don't know that I have the talent for it. That's somebody else's job. Once again, I want them populating the world and my room, but I don't know that I could play one exactly. It seems like the abilities they get are actually pretty cool too. Very fast. A turtle. Gee, what could this be? A turtle. They're like a turtle except sad. No, I'm not trying to do a turtle. Triton. No. Verdan. Owe their existence to chaos. Descendants of goblins and hobgoblins. Disgusting. And then we got bugbear, centaur. Centaurs are stupid. Goblin, gross. Grunga. What's grunga? Oh, they're frog creatures. Nope. Hobgoblin, kobold. Yeah, I'm not big on the monster races unless maybe you're a snake person. What about a snake person? Dark vision. That's a good one. What about a snake person? Yuan-Ti. Plus dark vision. That's good. Look cool. That's good. Advantage on saving throws against spells? Jesus Christ. Okay. I didn't know they had that. Just spells? What? Okay. Alright. Also advantage against poison. And resistant. Okay, geez. Alright. I guess. Serpentine spellcasting. You know the poison spray cantrip. Is this a good cantrip? No. It is a bad cantrip. You can cast Animal Friendship an unlimited number of times with this trade. Cool, but we have a ranger who's going to be able to do that, so no big deal there. Oh, but you can only target snakes with it. Well, fine. Alright, I'll forget about that. Starting at 30, you can also cast Suggestion. Really? It's more of an evil thing to do. But alright. I mean, Suggestion's good. And we get to choose Wisdom for him. That's nice. Okay. It used to be all magic damage? Jesus Christ. Hold on, I'm scrolling down to the old version. Against spells and other magic effects? Holy shit. Absolutely overpowered. Just immune to poison. Okay, so the current version of Yuan-Ti is like the super nerfed version, and it's still amazing. It's still amazing. Yeah, alright. Alright. Dark vision, look cool, advantage on save versus spells. What? Advantage to person resist poison? Yeah, sure. Is there a downside to this? I don't see one. They're just great. And they look cool. There's an elephant person. Oh, that's right, magic is in here. So in Ravnica, there would probably be Loxodon. Like Loxodon Warhammer and stuff like that. I don't know that I want to be a big... Actually, I'm not always a big stuff. But people know me for big stuff all the time, and so I might want to change it up. There's Lion Folk. Yeah, that's a Leonin. They got Vaishino, like Vaishino Heretic. Thrycreen. Symbic Hybrid. Oh, Vidalkin from Mirrodin. Cool. Jupe said that he didn't want, like, Planescape, Spelljammer, like, wacky kind of metaversal stuff, so I'm thinking no on that kind of thing. Thrycrane are, yeah, they're ant people from Dark Sun. I recall them fondly. What was I supposed to be looking at? Check out the Minotaur. Minotaurs are big. You are humanoid. You're medium. You can make attacks with your horns, but you won't, because that sucks. You can charge, but you won't. Immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack as part of the attack action, you can use a bonus action to gorge your target with horns. Oh no, push them. Okay. You always know which direction is north, and you have advantage on any wisdom survival checks to navigate or track. Okay. Doesn't do anything I want, and misses me on the stuff that I do want. Yeah, I don't think Minotaur's any good. Yeah, kind of meh. Aesthetic is nice. Never lost in the maze race. I mean, I would just do that, right? I'd be like, look, you just can't get lost. It's impossible. It cannot be, it's not even possible. Is that it? Are we done? Somebody keeps talking about a plasmoid. Where can I find... What's a plasmoid? Somebody mentioned plasmoid more than once. Is that plane shift? No. Oh, Spelljammer. Yeah. Yeah, no... Jupe specifically doesn't want Spelljammer planes stuff. You are an ooze. Welcome ooze into our hearts. This ability is actually really good. Amorphous, Dark Vision, hold breath for an hour. As an action, you can reshape your body to give yourself a head, 1 or 2 arms, 1 or 2 legs, and a makeshift hands and feet. Or you can remain a blob. That's funny. Cool. Give our British hippo people your plasmoid stand, not gonna lie. It's cool. With guns. So let's review the possible races for this thing. We could go Azamar, in which we get wings, we look cool, Dark Vision 60, and a gift basket of neat stuff, I guess. The downside is an Azamar cleric. Damn, daring today, aren't we? What's the tech level of the setting? That would be Forgotten Realms plus glass and gunpowder. And a little bit of clockwork stuff. But not high enough that an artificer would be like a common class all over the place with like power suits running around, and then not quite that. Anyway, Azamar would be cool because all of its abilities are great, or rather, it has very good things and it looks cool. Alderaan would be good because Misty Step is overpowered. These two things are great. And it's technically Fey, and Jupes is a fan of Fey creatures because of history and story, which he's interested in. So we would get brownie points. Downside, it's an elf, so no beard. Human would get a feat, which is overpowered. Proficiency skill of choice, which would be good because, if you recall, in this party, there's no, like, person who has all the skill, like skill monkey kind of person. And even if I'm only choosing one or two, it would be nice to fill in, okay, what doesn't this party have skill-wise? We'll fill in the gaps, right? But no dark vision, and they're boring. But we don't have to be boring, it's just our race is. Humans might be really boring, but there's a lot of humans that are pretty interesting. So this isn't a death sentence, it's just a little downside. Yeah, I wore a 30-pound beard of bees for that woman. A beard of bees. Tiefling are the best and the hottest, and they fly. But I always play them. So we're saying no to Tiefling based on that. Bunny boy or bunny girl. No dark vision, which is the big downside here. The disengage thing is alright. And then these two are like hilarious. They're like so good. Goth elf. What's the other elf? So like Misty Step, Dark Vision, Proficiency, and Perception. Misty Step, Dark Vision, and then Perception, but also has Resist All. But is emo instead of seasonal. And seasonal is probably like more interesting, but then again, it's like cookie cutter interesting. It's like you're on, you are a winter elf, and so you have snow colored, it kind of like puts you in a place. I guess that's what races are supposed to do. But unfortunately, you're emo. You could do a cool thing with it, you know. Ooh, all the Shadar Kai from my village. You do the opposite emo thing. You're like a Shadar Kai shadow emo elf, but your life is great. And all your relatives and family members are still alive. And there was no tragedy in your backstory, and so they kicked you out. I was banished from my homeland because I wasn't a doomer and nothing really went wrong in my life. So I just didn't fit in. Alright, Eldarin, you're out. Tiefling, you're out because I always play Tiefling. I think Goth, if I'm gonna go Elf, it's gonna be the Goth Elf. I think there's a fun backstory here. Fun backstory. Potential. Kicked out of Shadar Kayistan because cheerful and no tragedy. Parenthetical, a betrayal of the culture's ideals. Or I could be a cool snake dude, Yuan-Ti, or lady. Dark vision, look cool, kind of overpowered racial ability. Pinkie Pie as Goth Elf. Yeah, okay, so you're a cute girl who dresses like you're an extra in Beetlejuice because that's like your cultural dress, you know, your cultural finery is just like gothic Lolita wear. And they kicked you out because you kept putting pink on it. But you're like insane? Hold on. How insane can we get? Should we be insane? So like you're still nuts, but you're nuts in a different way. And you're really happy and cheerful. You got like... You know how rappers have like grills, you know, where they'll replace their teeth with like gold, you know? Well, she did that, except it's like all the colors of the rainbow, like candy. I don't know. Am I making a VTuber now by accident? I think I am. All right, let's bench this one. Anyway, a bunch of stuff comes to mind and it would be really easy. Just do Shidori and you're golden. Well, hold on. I'm going to click on my other screen here and pretend to look that up. Damn, Shiori, who dat? Yeah, all right. Interesting suggestion. So she's kind of like this contradiction. And then I'm a peace domain cleric, which is also kind of a contradiction. The bookmark slipped, yeah. So we're like a double contradiction character. A really cheerful goth elf. Has like rainbow teeth with braces and shit and kind of insane. Looks like... Oh, what's that? Dude, what's that game? Danganronpa? Looks like a character out of Danganronpa, you know? Worships a peace god that's really actually just a god of war. Be kind of cool. Bookmark slipped. How did this get set as my wallpaper? Yeah. And then I could write the opposite of an emo backstory. Or it could be a bunny person or a human. Or a cool snake. I think cool snake guy is a little too... Well, imagine playing a snake anything and not having it be a snake girl. I feel like Yuanti might be a little too power. Snake girls just want to cuddle. True. That is true. Do you think this would cause intra-party conflict? Oh, it'd be fun making her equipment, though. Okay, so get this. You're typing up all the things in their bag, right? And the starting equipment in their little outfit. And instead of having a bedroll, you have like a rock. And it has continual flame, or maybe it's like... It's a continual heated rock. And that's what everybody else has their little bedrolls, and you have a little a heating rock to sleep on. I don't know. You could do some cool, fun stuff with that. I think I'm saying probably no to human, even though a feat would be overpowered. But I'm not trying to not be able to see in the dark. I'm just not. You're out. And Haringan can't see in the dark either, so you're out. I never want to care about torches or light, ever. I just don't. So we're down to 3. The fucking cocaine goth elf. Or the Willy Wonka sugar rush goth elf. Or the funny little Yuanti. Or just like a Stormcast. Like a Stormcast human that looks like totally awesome, right? And has wings and stuff. This is the only one that can fly out of these 3. Am I trying to fly as this character? I think I'm not. Flying is like overpowered mechanically, but I don't know that I care. Maybe I'm like zooming, I'm swirling the drain on this goth elf thing. I think we're down to 2. Whoops. Flying is mean to the DM. I don't think it's the type of character that desperately needs to fly. You know? For instance, if you're playing a warlock, you get yourself some wings. Holy shit, it changes the game. When you sit there with an Eldritch Blast minigun, just do the entire fight, being able to naturally fly as a tiefling is so good. Don't leave home without them, right? Or if you're a ranger who uses a bow, get yourself some wings, right? But, I don't know. If you're a cleric, that's what the half plate is for. Chill, you know. You're mostly supposed to be around your party members anyway, for all your auras. So I think I can say no to wings. Mr. trying to talk himself out of Aasimar. I am. Which fits best with peace? Aasimar. Which fits best with how I view the peace domain as a total inversion of what it professes to be. Probably the fucking the candy god elf. You know, Brandomate brings up a good point, actually. Probably still the Aasimar. You're not wrong about that. Fucking Stormcast, please, through endless war, yeah. Funny antics. Yuan-Ti would have funny antics. The heating rock instead of a bedroll. All sorts of role-playing opportunities, stuff like that. It could be cute. Funny antics. The subversion character, kinda. For peace. For me, actually. Everything I do is like fucking big, you know, Beast Claw Raiders, and then I play some like insane Danganronpa girl character. Minus. Cringe potential high. How long will the jokes stay funny? Tone issue. Let's be objective here. Cringe potential high. How long will this character concept's joke stay funny? And there might be a tone issue. Think the secret lair art for Massacre Girl? Kinda, yeah. So, what was I just about to go? Oh yeah, tone. The tone is classic D&D, but it's like more Mononoke Ghibli, pretty serious. It's not like a comedy. So I'm coming in here with this meme. Is this too silly? Like, is the concept of this character too silly for the tone that Jukes is trying to put across? I could just ask him. We're all adults here. It may be approaching silly. It might be too silly. You know? Also, I'd have to find the right role-playing balance to not just be Harley Quinn. Which I just thought of, and I wasn't thinking of it when I was talking about all that other stuff. Okay, so we have some party members talking. It may be approaching silly, says one party member. Another party member says it doesn't seem silly to me. Is that party member thinking about the concept art we're going to make up for this character? Or these are actually just challenges. That if I'm good at role-playing, I just, you just don't do that, right? Okay, cringe potential high, so don't be cringe. How long will the joke stay funny? As long as I stay funny. Is there a tone issue? Well, there is if I if I'm the one who breaks the tone during play, don't just be Harley Quinn. Well, just don't do that. Okay, so these are like challenges, right? Always ask yourself if you would like to have this character in a campaign UDM. I can't do that. DMs are too different. The golden rule, treat others as you would be treated, doesn't work in real life usually. Because people are too different. This character would be great in one of my games. As long as it was ran by a person who wasn't fucking all this stuff. I don't know. Also, the Yuan-Ti is kind of fun as well. I could do a similar thing, I guess. I'm not in love with this idea. It's just an option for that thing. We got funny antics. Looks cool. Is actually overpowered. Doesn't have to be Manmusu. But it can be. I mean, I don't know what type of game it is. Let's not rule anything out. Okay. Well, and your backstory doesn't need to have much to do with your race. It can if you want. You know, if you're a human, your backstory probably has nothing to do with your race, for the most part. You can still be a very interesting character, despite that. Is this just a bow snake? No, it's a cleric. Oh wait, let's consider our class. Peace. How does a Yuan-Ti worship a deity? Of peace. Hold up. Peace deities. An example. Oh, I bet. Is this Jupe's world? Does he have custom gods? He probably does, right? More than likely, yes. Alright, well, we'll work. If I'm going to be a cleric at all, I probably have to work on that anyway. Angahardaha. Baronar True Silver. Bold Ray. Paladine. Mighty Rao. Yuan-Ti almost exclusively worship dragon cults. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But here's the thing about that. Most drow are evil, right? But every drow in your adventuring party is a special snowflake that's chaotic good. And they're special because of that. Most Yuan-Ti worship dragon cults and evil dragon gods and serpent lords and stuff. But I'm a special snowflake because mine doesn't. And there you go. You're automatically interesting. It's weird that snakes worship dragons when we have Dragonborn and Dragonlance adds another kind of dragonmen who worship Simon. Simon? Who? And do what he says? Oh. Snake people should worship snake gods, not dragon gods. True, in a sense, yeah. Maybe the concept of snake just isn't cool enough. And as you go higher and higher in challenge rating and overall power in a cosmic sense, there just aren't any snakes that are like CR50 that you're trying to worship. Like if you're going to be a serpent to anything, maybe dragons are just the coolest, but most powerful version of that, and they have no choice. You know, the deific free market just decided that serpent gods weren't strong enough and they died out. Then again, there's actually a lot of Norse stuff, if we're drawing from real world. And I'm mostly just memeing. There is a serpent god. Yeah, Jormungandr and Nordic mythology, Midgar serpent. Yeah. Plenty of good examples. Dendar the night serpent is what the snakes in Tomb of Annihilation are after. Cool. Dengar is the name of the snake mother warlock patron. There's an... Oh, you know... I didn't know there were new warlock patrons. I guess I kind of knew. Which one is it? Is it the Undying? Is it Fathomless? Oh, it's not a subclass. It's old law. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Oh, cool. You worship the, yeah, the Kraken. That's cool. Well, not worship, but... Fathomless is basically Cthulhu, but under the sea. Yeah, sort of like the... Oh, what's that? The name of that creature in Rifts that really is Cthulhu? It's just under the sea. And it has tentacles that, like, can reach pretty far inland. Like, across Texas and stuff like that. Like, absolutely massive. You can get a subclass. By being, like, somebody who resists the agents of that creature. I can't remember what it's called though. Yeah, too old. Can't remember. Nuclear Adventures. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Building a character. You know what? Let's shelf these two. And go to backgrounds. Maybe I find a background and it just totally fits with one of the two and then falls right into place. Damn, there's a lot of backgrounds now. What are my goals for a background? Well, it should have skills that the party doesn't have so I can be a helper in that way. And after that, just making up a story. So we have a ranger. He's going to have survival, perception, athletics, and stuff like that. The warlock is going to have at least arcana and then some social skills, I imagine. Like, the warlock is going to be arcana and then, like, as many social skills as possible. You know, persuasion for sure, deception for sure, intimidate maybe, plus charisma. So that's going to be very useful. The fighter is going to have whatever they want because after athletics, you can do whatever you want, but you're not going to have a lot of skills. Wizard is going to have all the knowledges. You know, history, arcana, probably even nature, if they're extra smart and cool. Ranger might have nature too. What do you use for a character sheet? I just type it in. I just write it in a Word document because I'm old. I just do this. Like, I make little things and put the most need to know information up here. And then I just start going through, like, okay, these are the things that I'm spamming. These are the things that I can spam out of combat. These are the things that I have, like, okay, once per long rest or short rest or charged magic items. And then these are the things that I've memorized with a little spell description. And then usually on a separate page, I'll put, like, okay, this is the gear, these are the things, here's, like, a description of the outfit, the things I have in my spell book that I haven't, you know, memorized yet, and then there's some, like, backstory stuff. And so I just like, type it out in a Word document. Once again, because I'm old. And I like adding a bunch of notes to everything. And so, ooh, these are the spell slots, these are many remain, arcane recovery, number, charges, your DCs, and things like that. Just little notes. Number memorized, things like that. So that's the sheet I use. It's Microsoft Word. Because old. If I was really old, I would use physical paper. But I lose that too easily. I'm a shoe-in for religion and maybe nature. SJ, you have knowledge of nature? For your ranger? Surely you do, right? There's no way you couldn't. It's actually a perfect synergy of the two. If you're a big role player, you would go knowledge nature, because you're a ranger, obviously. And if you were like an optimizer, you would still do that, because nature is really useful. It's just useful, man. So as far as skills are concerned, what even are there? It's weird they don't have a list of skills. Anyway, I'll figure it out. As a peace cleric, you should probably have persuasion as well, despite not being optimal for your low charisma character. Yeah. You gotta give sermons and stuff. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm not the sermon type. But I should be able to interact with people in some way as well. Ooh, am I an anthropologist? I'm going to different societies and figuring out what their definition of peace is. Oh yeah, insight. Insight is huge. I'm the insight religion person for sure. Like, that's important. Perception, insight, religion. Gotta figure out if people are lying to you. Huge, important. Adept linguist. If you observe people for one day, you can almost kind of speak the language and become a YouTuber that lies about being a polyglot, despite very much not having memorized about 6 really basic sayings, and is audibly stumbling over their words every time, trying to just like speak sentences they memorized. Anyway, neither here nor there. Chinese people shocked that white guy orders in perfect Chinese. Parenthetical, really, really bad Chinese. You don't know what YouTuber we're talking about. I think the fad is mostly over now, but a few years ago there was a giant fad where a whole bunch of YouTube channels popped up that did that. You missed the polyglot corner of YouTube? Yeah, I don't know, a few years ago there was a massive wave of obviously fake polyglots making videos that got a lot of clicks, but cultural chameleon. You spend much of your adult life away from your homeland, living amongst people different from your kin. You understand foreign cultures and their ways, so you can blend in really good. Okay. So your abilities are awful, but I like your skills. And being an anthropologist has a neat kind of... You could do some RP stuff with that. Archaeologist, it belongs in a museum. You care about long lost stuff, history and survival. When you enter a ruin or dungeon, you can correctly ascertain its original purpose and determine its builders, whether those were dwarves, elves, whatever. You can determine the monetary value of art objects more than a century old. Cool. Kind of useful in like a classic Dungeons and Dragons sort of way, where there are dungeons, right? Athlete, a charlatan? No snake oil salesman here. Although actually for Yuan tea you could sell snake oil. But I don't think it's an 18 plus game, so we'll just couch that idea. Also, it's not an 18 plus game, so we shouldn't couch that idea. City Watch, clan crafter, you make clans? Cloistered scholar. Are we doing the man out of time thing? Like the, oh, everything's new to me. Because I didn't go outside for a million years. What is this? Fucking autobiography? A courtier? Oh, so you deliver mail? Insight and persuasion are pretty good. Those are two good skills. Got, you know, bureaucracy. Just a straight up criminal. Adult entertainer, faceless. You have no face. Being who you are, you could never be a hero. Whether due to your class, your people, your family, something prevents you from effectively pursuing the path you've chosen. Even so, that doesn't stop you. Well, here's another contradiction, right? You've left your old face behind, taking on a new face. Becoming something more. Characters with a faceless background don a face as they adventure. Okay. Persona! That's not me! Dual personality, cringe, no thanks. Faction agent, far traveler. I could travel far. Almost all common people that one might encounter, they live out their lives without ever traveling. We are not the same. Okay, so just like you're an adventurer. Where are you from? All sorts of places. Yeah, it's more of a Forgotten Realms one. Acolyte Azamar Cleric, true. Daring today, aren't we? You grew up in the Feywild after disappearing from your home plane as a child. Perhaps you were spirited away, like the movie, by kindly Fey. Oh, kindly Fey. Okay, so not like the movie. Deception and survival. And you have the mark. Oh, you got the swirly whirly eyes? Okay. So I was born in the goth elf place, and then I got transported to the Feywild, where I got swirly whirly eyes, like Heywoah. And now I'm back, baby, to go on this adventure for some reason. Yeah, shadow elf raised in the Feywild of the good elves. Always an outsider, and my eyes are swirly. Is that too... That might be too goofy, but I'll write it down. Fey Lost. Swirly whirly eyes. Adopted by Feywild. Good elves. The bridge. I mean the birdig. A fisher folk hero. This ability is actually kind of good. Rustic Hospitality. It's actually kind of a good ability. Yo, I'm haunted? How much weird shit can we pile on the one person? By the way, I'm also haunted. You're haunted by something so terrible that you dare not speak of it. You tried to bury it and run away from it to no avail. Whatever this thing is that haunts you, can't be slain with a sword or banished with a spell. It might come to you as a shadow on the wall or a blood-curdling nightmare, blah blah blah. Okay, what was my harrowing event? 6. You were cursed with lycanthropy. And later cured. You are now haunted. At this point, the backstory would just be like an elaborately long excuse for even existing. How many, like, character arcs have I gone through? I was cursed with lycanthropy. Oh shit, you're a werewolf? No, I was later cured. But I'm still haunted by the innocents I killed, and also how cool I used to be. Oh no, don't worry about it. I'm actually very happy with my life right now. I've gotten over it. I no longer even have PTSD. Okay, so we're ending the campaign where you finished your character arc? Okay. Yeah? Yeah, I'm actually very well adjusted now, thank you. At level 1. All the loose ends are tied up. Nothing for the DM to work with. Yeah, I also got D-leveled. I used to be level 20. Hermit to... It's supposed to be a role-playing game. If I was a hermit, that's just me. Quite literally. I don't ever go outside. And so, yeah. What's a house agent? Oh, a dragon-marked house thing, okay. Inheritor. A knight of the order. Hosho Marine? Oh no, you actually are a Marine, okay. Mercenary veteran, a noble outlander. And then Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, okay. Urban bounty hunter. Do you mean police? Oh, new Marine song dropped? Also who? Uthgard tribe member, Waterhavian noble. What's a Witchlight hand? You are a hand. You crept into the Witchlight carnival. Oh, a carnival. As a child or youth and never looked back, so we went to the circus. So we grew up a gothic elf of Shadar Kai, but we were too cheerful and so we were kicked out for having no tragedies. And then we joined the circus. And the second... Yeah, and this is episode 2 of our backstory, is when we joined the circus. A gothic, cheerful, multicolored, black-wearing carny who's haunted. Maybe you joined the carnival to escape a dismal life at home. No, my life at home was great, and so they kicked me out for not being dismal enough. And so I joined the circus so that I could have a more dismal life. It gives me performance and sleight of hand, which are skills I don't want. And then you ran away from the circus to become a hero. No, wait, the circus... Alright, everyone in the circus died tragically. So our backstory is not tragic and then becomes tragic. You have a berserk level backstory, but you are picked up by the perfect family and raised at peace. And we talk, right? I pick up my little sending stone, you know? I send them a message. We chat on holidays, and whenever it's their birthday, I give mom a call, right? I'm like an adventurer who actually has a family for once. Iron Rouge Bandit. A dragon casualty? The Great Trapeze Incident, we don't talk about it. Yeah. The wire snapped and cut 13 people in half, vertically. But they were alright. Alright. It was a great cannon accident. We were supposed to shoot someone out of a cannon. And then they said that it didn't count. Alright, Psychonauts where Raz the Acrobat escapes from the circus to become a psychic crime-fighting psychonaut. I think AL is Adventure League. You're right, Dinmo. Which I don't know anything about. And then Acquisitions Incorporated is the Penny Arcade thing. Which is probably too silly for what we should be going for here. Guessing you haven't played any of the Psychonauts games. I played Psychonauts 1. when it came out, but it was like a friend's copy, and I could only play it for a few hours, and I never ended up getting it. Normally, I like his work, because his games are silly and creative and fun. But that one, I was only able to play it for a little bit, and then I just kind of forgot about it. It's probably like all of his stuff, probably a little bit of a, what would you call it? A cult classic, maybe, or something like that. Most of his work gets like that. Because he's just a fucking weird, silly guy. He makes weird, silly games. That's fun. We need people like that. The Hero Chronicle is a system that allows players and Dungeon Masters to work together to build a compelling character story. It even allows characters to gain additional proficiencies, magic items, spells, or feats. This is your life. This is your life. Is this the thing where you roll for everything? Yeah, it's the thing where you roll for everything. That's fun. Randomly generating like everything can actually be kind of fun. And then you just fudge one or two things that you don't think is cool. I can still see Super Dave saying that. I can hear him in my head. This is your life. Did you just say that? Okay, for all the millennials in the audience, Super Dave was once a comedian 500 years ago. Anyway, never mind. Traveler First Ed, you could die in character creation. I remember that, yes. I was in a homebrew D&D game where you could die in character creation as well. And like 3 people did. And had to start over. And we started making... Oh, this is the long-lost brother searching for their lost kin, and it was just somebody who died in character creation. But it was the same one. I don't know, Feylost is kind of interesting, but I'd have to read up on the Feywilds. I don't know what the game version of those are supposed to be. What's noble? What does that do? History persuasion? And you start with like extra money or some shit? Like that's the cool thing. Oh, you have retainers? Oh, nice. I could have the huge fucking bodyguard Chad who's following me around all the time with white gloves on and a black suit. Always has an umbrella. It's like a familiar. Just one hell of a butler, yeah. What was that one called? I can't remember what the butler's name was from that. Didn't Sea Dog VA do the voice for that a million years ago? Like out of nowhere when he hadn't really done any VA work before? Yeah, Black Butler, that was it. That was the one. Sage probably just gives you knowledge skills and stuff. I don't know, I kinda like the idea of having a... Like, I'm here trying to learn something, you know? I keep going back to this anthropologist, archaeologist kind of thing. I'm kind of interested in those, maybe. Maybe... Having a library card is a superpower in Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, it is. Is there like a librarian or something, or a book? God willing, there's a librarian. Yeah, there's Sage, Acolyte. Wait, Acolyte is more like religious, isn't it? Yeah, when I'm in a service to a temple, which would make sense as a cleric, obviously. I feel like Acolyte is probably just like doubling down on the concept of being a cleric. Like, I'm already a cleric, why do I need Acolyte, you know? What do you get for skills as a cleric? Like, what do you have? Choose two from history, insight, medicine, persuasion, and religion. Okay. So we get insight, religion, and then whatever else from backgrounds. I would have perception from race. So the skills are athletics, acrobatics, sleight of hand, stealth. I'm probably not going to be very stealthy as a cleric in a big old suit of armor, right? Investigation would be kind of nice to have, but the wizard probably may have that. Survival might be helpful to have, but kind of everybody has that. Persuasion or a performance might be okay. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... investigation, maybe. Religion. Insight. For sure. Hold on. Insight, religion for sure, just guaranteed. And then after that, investigation might be nice. Nature might be nice, although probably the ranger has that. Some sort of charisma one might be nice, even though we have a charisma person already. Maybe I find... Is there an investigation in nature? Is that is there a background that does that? That's interesting. Investigation is one of those skills where if the DM remembers it exists, then it's amazing. But so many DMs end up using perception when they should probably use investigation. Yeah, true. Or like if the DM makes a puzzle that's maybe too hard for the characters, or they just... nobody at the table can figure it out, but it's actually really obvious, then an investigation roll could help. Something like that. Cloistered scholar? Alright. History plus your choice of arcana, nature, or religion. So I could go history, nature. Yo, library access? You have free and easy access to the majority of the libraries. Holy shit. Library access, anyone? I don't think I'm like a merchant or artisan. Yeah, that one's technically for Candlekeep. What's inheritor? You are the heir to something of great value. Not in your coin or wealth, but an object that has been entrusted to you and you alone. Your inheritance might have come directly to you, or by right of birth, or it could have been left to you by a friend. Okay, so we've inherited some MacGuffin that might be useful for the DM in the future. That's actually kind of nice. I like MacGuffins. Choose or randomly determine your inheritance from among the possibilities. A document such as a map, letter, a journal, a trinket, a piece of jewelry, a tattoo, or other body marking. You have inherited a tattoo. Kind of neat. An estranged uncle whose house has mysteriously fallen into ruin. Magic tattoos can be cool. You're right. Yeah, they just like pull it off Dad and stitch it onto me. Fucking the haunted one still gets me. Can I have a ghost friend? But yeah, it's a haunted magic tattoo. You have the map to dry land on your back. Yeah. Waterworld. I was really thinking about that, Dinmo, when we mentioned it. All right, she was a gladiator. Maybe she just likes to go fishing. Big bass fishing cleric. Are you a cleric? Yeah. What's your domain? Big Bass Pro 98. Look it up. 2-time champion. Many organizations active in the north and across the face of Faerun aren't bound by... Okay, this is your faction agent. This is your Harper or whatever. Yeah, Harper. Order of the Gauntlet, Emerald Enclave, or whatever Jupe's version of a faction would be in the game. I got like a hat that says, "Fish fear me. Enemies can't attack me," parenthetical, because I have Sanctuary. Fish fear me, Fae want me. Fish fear me, Fae want me. Women make me uncomfortable. Women fear fish. Just one of those hats that keeps going forever. Yeah, ask Jupes about his custom world factions. Maybe there's a neat faction in his world, and this is like a cool opportunity. If the DM is making stuff for their world, then they probably can't wait to tell you about them, right? So maybe I like to might tie in something for the world, and then like get some skill. Who cares? I keep coming back to archaeologist. So that could be fun as well. It has like skills that I wouldn't choose really, but I think it's like a cool idea. And historical knowledge is kind of good, right? Is there like a nature person? Like you had to survive out in the wilds or something like that? Is there anything like that? Outlander? You played an Inquisitor in Pathfinder 1 that used his Iron Wrought Holy Book as a weapon. It also had really fanfic involving his god. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're a ranger, SD Arcade, so you would just be that, right? For sure. Really bad fanfic involving his god in his book. Cool. A life in seclusion. Okay, the haunted shit is kind of funny too. Prior to becoming an adventurer, something awesome happened. Those who look into your eyes can see that you have faced unimaginable horror and that you are no stranger to darkness. Damn. Dark stranger. Okay, I wish you were actually haunted though. Because you're not literally haunted, I think Haunted 1 has to go. It's not a possibility. Hatton Husbando, alright. Fish fear me, fae want me, women fear fish. There we go. Alright, now I have a digital aspect. Sorry. I have a digital, why can't I think of the word for it offhand? Help. It's not, I keep thinking aspect. It's not aspect. Asset. That's it. I have a digital asset to drag onto the screen for Jupes' game and put it over my character arts hat. If you get a proficiency in something you already have, you get to choose any skill instead. Really? Any skill? It's kind of overpowered. Actually OP. Okay, I have 3 options. We're good here. I have 2 options up here, 3 options down here. We need to ask Jupes about his custom world factions, leaning towards this one. Fae Lost, we get the swirly whirly eyes, which is big. But then also there's Fae stuff, and it's kind of funny. It doubles down on the backstory. An Archaeologist is just fun, even though it doesn't have any good skills. I mean, it does, but just not ones that I was trying to take anyway. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Let's do stats. I've never used point buy before in an actual game. Alright, we are person, race, cleric 1. How many points do we have? 27 points. A natural 15 is the maximum. Before you account for race, right, stuff. And everything starts at 8. I did this in Baldur's Gate. And at some point the points start costing 2. If a character would gain the same proficiency with 2 different sources, he or she can choose a different proficiency of the same kind, skill or tool instead. Ooh, okay. Big. That's big. So if I get religion twice, then I can choose fucking perception or whatever OP skill proficiency that I want. That's kind of cool. So we have 27 points. Let's open up the old calculator here. Alright, 27 points to work with. At what point does it swap over? Up to 13 is 1, and then 14 is 2. Okay. So we want wisdom to be max, and we want con to be max, and we want dex to be 14. Now, I say max, but it's 15 instead of 18 or something, right? So now that I've done the bare minimum, absolute bottom of the barrel, bare minimum human being that is a cleric, how many points do I have left to choose fun things? Actually, we could do 13, right? You don't want any uneven scores if possible. Well, the thing is, since the cap is 15, I can choose a race, right? And I can go 1 in 3. So this is 14, this is 16, this is 16. Because your race can be 2 to 1, 1 to another, or 1 to 3 different ones. So I can go 1, 1, 1. And now we're 16, 16, 14. And since 16, I mean, we could have 17, I guess, if we added +2 to it, but it doesn't matter, right? So, let's see. So having this as a 13, that costs 5. Going up to a 15, all right, it's 5 up to 13, and then 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9 points for a 15. I have only 4 points left to do anything with. You don't want any uneven scores. Uneven scores not worth it. Yeah, so maybe I didn't explain myself. So like, with your racial stuff, you get +1 to 3 of them. And so I can make this 16, 16, and 14. Wait, oh, do you mean maybe there's more of an efficient point way of doing it? Like, if I made Constitution 14 and Wisdom 14 and then added 2 to one of them. No, I think this is the only way to get 2 16s. Is if you start with odds and then add 1 from races, I think. Anyway, I'm not good at math. Somebody good at the economy, tell me if I'm wrong, but if I want to start 16, 16, 14, I think having +1 to 3 of them is the only way to do it. Int or charisma, yeah. Let's see. If I'm trying to use investigation, I want intelligence. But if I want to ever talk to fucking characters in the fantasy world, I want a high charisma. Because I want to always be doing that. Do you get to split your +2 into 2 1s? Yeah, that's what Xanthar's guide did. Or I think it's either Tasha's or Xanthar's guide. They did a thing where all of the races ended up, you could do whatever you want with all of them. And so like, when determining your ability scores, increase 1 by 2 and increase a different one by 1, or increase 3 different scores by 1. And they just copy and pasted that for every race in the game. And so you can do whatever you want. It's very convenient for rolling a character. Any idea what kind of feats you want this character to have in the long run, if any, or just raw stats? probably the one that gives you advantage on concentration checks, right? I was looking at the cleric spell list, and the cleric spell list is like... It's like 50 spells that all require fucking concentration. So, as far as feats are concerned... I think, what is it called? There's like Warcaster, and maybe there's a Constitution one as well, where it's like +1 con and advantage on con checks, or maybe proficiency with them or something. Hold up. What are my... Okay, Wisdom and Charisma are my saving throws. Alright, we get our proficiency to those two. I can't remember what the feat is called, but it's like +1 con and proficiency in con saves, I think. What is it, con checks? Maybe it's resilient. Yeah, Lord Vladik. Oh, any ability score. And then proficiency in saving throws using the chosen ability. Okay. I guess I was thinking of something else. Okay. This is any ability score. And then prof in it. That's cool. Dex is cool because it's just damage. Con is cool. Con's probably the best one. Depends on if you care, if damage is going to kill you. If what you fear is damage, then Dex is really helpful. I think Warcaster is, yeah, advantage on con to maintain concentration. And you can cast spells if you're holding a fucking shield and stuff, which I will be doing. When a hostile creature's movement provokes an opportunity attack from you, you can use your reaction to cast a spell on the creature, rather than make an opportunity attack. Nice. Do you get a feat when you start in this game? I've been in so many house-ruled D&D games, I can't remember what the official rules are. Everybody always starts you with a feat, but... not raw. Absolutely disgusting. Okay. Where's like the table of you get this when you level up? Like, I know Cleric has that. But is there like a generic player as you level up thing, or now, or I guess maybe that's gone. Alright, so the first feat we get is 4. So I can't like use a shield until level 4, essentially. Which is a bit of a downer. Clerics get shield proficiency? Yeah, but can they cast a spell too? Or do they have to have both of their hands free? See, I don't play clerics, so I don't know this information. So in the future, I get essentially 1 feat and then 1 feat at 8th. Only 1 hand free? Okay, so you can't have a weapon and a shield then. But that's okay. I did some preliminary looking into a cleric, and I determined that it's not worth ever using a weapon. Because, like, a cantrip is gonna be about the same damage, and so why would you bother? If you're a war cleric, it is good. Yeah, but war cleric, I don't know. You do get an extra attack as a war cleric. So that's true. So you kind of scale up as if you were a fighter person, right? In a sense. I would like almost just say play a paladin at that point, but I guess no. You want all the cool cleric spells. I shouldn't talk down to it. Oh yeah, I was looking at feats. That's right. That's right. So this feat is a necessity. You have so many concentration-based stuff. You just have to take this, I think. At 4th, Warcaster. At 8th, Wisdom increase. At 8th and all others, Wisdom increase. Alright, we're done. Unless we don't have... Actually, hold on. How many DC saving throws are my opponents going to be making? Maybe I just want con every time. Constitution is how you maintain concentration. I'll have to look at the spell book or spell list in the future. I'm used to Wizard where you just pump main stat, but as a cleric, I might not be subjecting my opponents to a lot of saving throws. And if I'm not, then Wisdom doesn't matter. So, okay. Depending on what the spell list looks like, either Wisdom in all or Con in all, I think. Okay, Neo Kevlar, so I just have to have my holy symbol somewhere on my armor or my shield or whatever, and I just have to have it, and then we're good. It's like my spellcasting focus then. It also gives plus spell attack bonus. True, it does. It does. What's the spell that I'm going to be casting all the time? What's my meat and potatoes? I.e., is there a cantrip that is remotely good? Toll of the Dead. Yeah, it does a d12 if the creature's wounded, and a d8 otherwise. Ooh, they have to take a Wisdom saving throw. I think Wisdom is a reasonably good saving throw, though. Against monsters. Okay, so they are going to be... People are going to be taking saves against me a lot. Because Toll is probably what I'm casting when I'm not doing other stuff. If I'm supposed to actually deal damage. Sacred Flame is good as well. Target must succeed on Dex saving throw or take D8. Radiant. Seems worse than Toll of the Dead. I think in general, isn't Dexterity probably better than Wisdom? Or isn't a Wisdom save probably superior to a Dex save? Considering the creatures you probably end up fighting, or not? Plus technically more damage. Toll the Dead D12 is nice. Yeah, and plus, creatures are going to be missing hit points because the first turn I'm buffing everyone anyway. I guess it's a minute increase in damage, so it doesn't really matter. Everybody else is going to be dealing damage, not necessarily me. Spiritual weapon, though? Not found. Word of Radiance. Decompose. Okay, so those are the only two attack spells we have. We have Sacred Flame and Toll. And Toll is does require saving throws, so yeah, we probably do want Whiz Up. Don't forget you can debuff people as well with Bane. I think maybe this is a false choice between Bane and Bless. Maybe I don't have to choose. Oh yeah, I do because it's concentration. Yeah, Bless. So Bless, what this does is whenever my friends make an attack roll or save, they add d4 to it, right? And then Bane targets other creatures and have to make a saving throw. So Bane is worse. Bless always works. Bane, they have to make a save. So Bane is trash. Because it can fail. Bless cannot. And they really, I was about to say they're not either or, but they are because concentration is annoying. So yeah, we blessing. And then if I want to spend spell slots to cause damage, which I generally don't, but I should have one single target, one AoE. And then just spam those. Guiding Bolt is really good in Baldur's Gate 3. Good, ooh, 120 foot range, good range. Range spell attack roll. 46 Radiant, pretty good. And the next attack roll made against this target before the end of your next turn has advantage, and that's great. On BG3, if you use Bless and also another concentration spell, does it cancel Bless? Yeah. So Guiding Bolt is great. Do we spam Guiding Bolt? Is there anything better than that first level? Or are we just blasting? Guiding Hand, Inflict Wounds. I guess I'll start opening up new ones. 3d10. Range touch though. Terrible range. Melee spell attack. 3d10 pretty good. Is 3d10 better than 4d6? No, maybe. It's kind of it's more random. It has a higher top end. I think I'd rather go for the consistency though. I think. Word of Radiance. AoE. Is that a higher level spell? At the bottom. Shield of Faith, Sanctuary. Are these in alphabetical order? Maybe it's a level 2 spell. Somebody said Spiritual Weapon is good. Bonus action. Duration 1 minute, but no concentration. Good. Create a floating spectral weapon within range. Yeah, I used this in Baldur's Gate as well. On a hit, the target takes force damage. Ooh, force damage is cool. Very little resists that. D8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Nice. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move it 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature within 5. Weapon can take whatever form you choose, blah, blah, blah. Alright. Yeah, you essentially summon a little... You summon something exactly as good as the Beastmaster's pet. And it's a level 2 spell. And no concentration. And so bonus action, you can just do the damage. Alright, Spiritual Weapon's pretty good. Zone of Truth, protection from poison, prayer of healing. We just start playing Pokemon. Yeah, you summon a beast. So you have 2 beasts. And then every turn I summon a different spiritual weapon. And we have Cloud of Daggers. And then just like helpful stuff. Just helpful stuff. Aid lasts 8 hours. What? Oh, everybody gets... Each target's hit point maximum and current hit points increased by 5. Okay. I didn't know it lasted 8 hours. Word of Radiance is a cantrip, according to somebody. Yeah. Each creature of your choice that you can see within range must succeed at a con save or take d6 radiant. Good against Cloud of Rats, right? You have to be in melee range. You have to run into the center of them. That's maybe okay. Higher levels, alright, 2d6 at 5 and so on and so forth. So it'll like kill... There's a cloud of bugs that have like 1 life. I guess it'll kill all those. Wait, you're a cleric. You don't have to choose anything. That's how divine casters work, right? You're not like buying spells and memorizing them. It's just like you get all of them. Because God. So I don't have to worry about tracking them down at least. Motivational speech? I can do that myself. I don't need a spell. Yeah, you're preparing a limited amount, but every time you sleep, you could just get whatever. Ooh, we do get tongues. Alright. You do get tongues. So do we know... How do we do rituals then? Actually, does cleric get ritual casting at all? Or is that a wizard thing? You can cast a cleric spell as a ritual if that spell has the ritual tag and you have it prepared. Okay. Okay. So unlike a wizard who just has to write it in their spell book and then they can cast an extra 30 spells a day, you actually have to waste room in your brain. Yeah, wizards get the cool thing and clerics get the shit thing. Got it. Cool. This is fine. Wizards should have something like that in my IMO. Not seeing counterspell. Oh, that's brutal. How will I live? Well, we have a wizard and a warlock in the party. They'll be countering plenty of spells. No big deal. Do you have spirit guardians? What spirit guardians? 15-foot radius, self, concentration. So you can't bless if you do this. But we're at 3rd level spells, so maybe bless is falling off. Call forth spirits to protect you. They flit around to a distance of 15 feet for the duration. If you are good or neutral, which I am, they appear angelic or fey, your choice, whichever is hotter. When you cast the spell, you can designate any number of creatures that you can see to be unaffected by it. Alright. An affected creature. Speed is halved in the area. When the creature enters the area for the first time or starts its turn there, it must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d8 radiant. It's kind of low. On success, take half as much. Alright. So, affected creature's speed is halved in the area. So if you're moving into the area, are we live updating that speed? Is this like compounding interest? Or did they do that one move and then the thing happens? So like, I'm standing here, right? And here's a creature outside of the range. And then they move into it. And let's pretend they have 15 feet movement. Do they move into it and then they can't get to me, or can they? When the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn. So if you have, let's pretend for some reason your speed is 15, and you enter the area, do you stop halfway to me, or do you get all the way to me and then the thing like affects you? Okay, we're not failing charge rolls with the spell active. That's kind of what I was wondering. I wondered if this was an aura of your Stonehorn just failed its charge. You lose, good day, sir. I just wondered, that's all. I'm not trying to break anything. I just want to know how it works. So we have yet another wisdom save, which means if we're casting this spell, we probably want wisdom instead of con on the way up. You're affected as soon as you enter the radius, like difficult terrain. Well, how does difficult terrain work then? Maybe there's a ruling on that. Moving into a square of difficult terrain, or moving 5 feet into or within an area of difficult terrain, if you're not using a grid, costs an extra 5 feet of movement. Moving into a square of greater difficult terrain increases the cost. Okay. So I guess it kind of depends on how the game sees this. Does the game see your movement as a single 30-foot thing? Or does the game see you spending little squares of 5-inch movement each time? If it was little squares of 5-foot move every time, then as soon as you entered it, it would more be a cost, right? And Spirit Guardians would be extra good. But if it sees it as, okay, you do this thing and then we figure out what happens. It sees it at 5, whatever. So we're like a board game, right? Or checkers or something. You're moving one square at a time, and your number of squares possible is equal to what your movement divided by 5. Okay. In which case, Spirit Guardians can stop a charge. Rarely, but it could. Because of that, I think this spell's good. There's no save against the movement part as well. So you can designate the number of creatures affected by it. An affected creature's speed is halved. And when the creature enters the area for the first time, it must make a wisdom save. On a failed save, it takes damage. On a successful save, it takes half damage. But the reduced movement is no save. Reduced movement just fucking happens. Okay. Because, like 10 damage or something with a save, who cares? Alright. Spell notes. Bless OP. Toll of the Dad. Main damage spam. Spirit Guardians. Failed charges. Halve movement. No save. Also some damage, I guess. Nice. Very nice. It's a 3rd level spell though. So we're not getting that one for a while. So Bless is great. It works great with the quote-unquote peace ability as well. We're adding 2d4 to people's attack rolls and saving throws, although they must spend a reaction, and it's only one. Yeah, Spirit Guardians, good. Spiritual Weapon? Yeah. I'm gonna hesitantly say yes. That's a second level, right? Spiritual Weapon. Bonus action. Eater. For some, what would you call it? Bonus action Eater if the encounter needs sustained DPS. Like a piddly little D8 plus 2 over the course of a long fight. That's kind of nice. What else is actually really cool? Oh, somebody mentioned Sanctuary before. What does this do? Bonus action. You ward a creature within range against attack. Oh, it's anybody. And no concentration. Nice. Okay. Oh, I need to... Hold on. Spiritual Guardians. Concentration. No fun allowed. No concentration. Bless. Does need concentration though. No fun allowed. Sanctuary. You ward a creature until it spawns. Any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or harmful spell must make a whiz save. Or you have to choose new targets or lose it. Choose it or lose it, huh? Interesting. This doesn't protect the warded creature from area effects, such as with explosions and fireball, yeah. If the warded creature makes an attack, casts a spell that affects an enemy, or deals damage to another creature, spell ends. Oh, okay. So if I cast Bless, or something that literally increases the damage of everybody in the party, but technically doesn't affect an enemy, you know, we're good. I'm just chilling in Sanctuary. It's kind of good. It's a bonus action too. Plus it just stays up, no concentration, which is huge. Bonus action. I think Sanctuary might maybe be a trap. I don't know. As far as like your number of spell slots per day. Because like if the enemy isn't attacking me, they're attacking somebody else. And so the party is still taking damage. And I probably won't be the weakest member. If you're hitting the warlock or the wizard, they're probably worse off than I am. Unless you can like stand somewhere, you know, like in Diablo 1. Yeah, people are saying it in chat now. You just stand in a doorway or something. Also, don't think I don't know about Healing Word. I do. That one's just on there. Yeah, it's bonus, it's ranged, basically a combat res. Only needs verbal components. You can have your hands tied behind your back in a straitjacket. You can still do it. It's so good. It's the only healing spell you need. All the other healing spells are kind of like a waste of your action. Unless the initiative is such that you can keep somebody alive for a single hit and then they finish the thing off, which is kind of, I don't know. Sometimes that'll happen, but who cares? Influence stiffness, bardic knowledge, calm, continue flames, gentle repose, hold person. All of these got super nerfed, right? In new edition. They all require concentration. Everybody gets 100 saves, and you get saves over and over and over and over and over. You get a save every turn. Sometimes you get a save if you take damage or something. Just kill the person. It's sick that you get a level 2 though. Like, you get a level 2, that's good. Lesser restoration, probably taking it. What are your subclass spells again? Good question. Heroism Sanctuary. Why would I get a subfaction spell that clerics already have? Do you get those for free or something? Oh, it's always prepared. Okay, that's the trick. I thought these were like, oh, you get something cool that's from some other class or something like that. All right. I was confused because the light cleric gets fireball. Heroism's pretty cool. Immune, frightened, and gains 3 temporary hit points at the start of each of its turn. Never mind, it sucks. Okay. Warding Bond. +1 AC and saving throws, and has resistance to all damage for 1 hour. But it does cost. It's 50 gold to cast. So chill, okay? Also each time it takes damage, you take the same amount of damage. Oh, okay. Why? Why do I want that? I guess this is like what is it? The paladin ability in Wrath of the Lich King. Since all of your heals are like touch, you just stand there taking the damage that somebody else does and you keep healing yourself. I don't know. Alright, so your spell selection isn't actually that great, but that's fine. And so at 3rd level we get an AoE damage spell. Combat res for real though. Bunch of utility obviously. Mass healing word in case the party got absolutely dumpstered. Like everyone is dumpstered. Fast friends. Dispel magic, always good. Or yet another concentration spell. Big old aura 2d6 healing as a bonus action, another bonus action eater. I have to click on it. What does motivational speech do? What does it do? Just the 5 creatures within range that can hear you. For the duration, only 5? Dude, motivate. I'm giving a motivational speech to a crowd and only 5 people in the crowd give a shit? Come on. I know it's probably just AoE aid, right? Yeah. Five temporary hit points and has advantage on wisdom saving throws. If an affected creature is hit by an attack, it has advantage on the next attack roll it makes. No concentration though. This is like not bad. But yeah, 3rd level, it feels like I'm not getting enough bang for my buck for a 3rd level spell. I like it. At least it doesn't require concentration. I feel underwhelmed. As I do when I read a lot of these. Consider Fireball as a 3rd level spell. Fireball. Counterspell is a 3rd level spell. I don't know, man. Yeah, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you. Spirit Guardians. Aura Vitality is 20d6 healing. It would have to be for me to want to take it. Concentration, EU. Healing energy radiates from you in an aura within a 30-foot radius. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you. You can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the area, including you, to regain 2d6. So I'm healing for 5 as a bonus action with concentration. Amazing. So it lasts a minute. So it's 20d6 healing out of combat is what it is. Yeah, this is not a combat spell. So, in combat, this spell, if we're talking in combat, this spell should be a level 1 spell. It's crap. And having it be 3rd level is kind of insulting. Out of combat, it's just like everyone's at full life, right? Which is kind of good for a 3rd level spell, I suppose. It's like, hey, I know you guys wanted to take a short rest, instead I'll cast this spell. And then you'll want to take a short rest anyway, because what you really wanted to do was get back everybody's action surge and shit like that, and all the warlock spells. I don't know. It's a good pick-me-up after combat when you're not going to be short resting, I suppose. Hold up. Alright, I had to check. I have a D&D game tonight that should be starting soon. But I'm just looking through some some cleric spells first with the other character that I made. And I just want to make sure that I'm not like streaming and they're trying to get a hold of me. You don't want to be that guy, right? But it looks like we're good. It's at 8. So setting is good. What's Spirit Shroud? Spirit Shroud was a spell that, like, my Chronergy wizard was thinking about taking with his cool bead ability. Call forth spirits. Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals d8 extra damage. It's radiant, necrotic, or cold. Any creature takes damage can't regain hit points until starting next turn. Oh, that's cool. A chill touch. Chill touch on every hit, concentration. Melee. Any creature of your choice that you can see that starts its turn within 10 feet of you has beast reduced 10 feet until it next. Nice. So, like, the combo is, or at least what I was planning on doing was, I have this Chronergy wizard, right? And at level whatever, you get this special bead where you can put a spell into it, and then anyone can use it, and it counts as them casting it. And so I'm going to give a bead that has Spirit Shroud in it, and give that to the martial warrior. And so he can maintain the concentration on that one, because technically he's casting it, and he does an extra d8 damage every hit, and people can't heal from it. And he can slow people down. Like, it feels like a cool spell that the fighter could cast now, right? Anyway, I like the bead thing in Chronergy. There's a lot of little combos you can do with it. The bead. Freedom of movement, kind of good. Banishment, kind of good. Locate creature, maybe. That was Sentinel's OP. I mean, I thought the fighter wouldn't enjoy it. I'm like, look, what if I gave you a bead that you got to cast, and then every time you hit something it does a d8, and they can't heal. And their movement speed is reduced by 10. That sounds cool to me. Here you go, here's a bead. A bead for everybody gets a bead. And then I make a find familiar bead, and I give that bead to my familiar. And then my familiar casts Call Familiar. And so my familiar gets a familiar. Now I have 2. Make another bead and give that one to the second familiar, and then they cast it, and now I have 3 familiars. And technically you could just infinitely do this, because familiars are permanent, and I have infinite familiars. Which of course you wouldn't do because it's silly, and a GM wouldn't allow it. But let's say they stop you at 3. Alright, now I have 3 familiars. Well, concentration sucks, and it's the enemy of fun. So what if I just make beads of the spells I want to cast with concentration anyway? And my familiars are the ones to cast the beads. And now, essentially, I have 4 different concentration spells that I can maintain at the same time. Because the familiars are maintaining the concentration for me. Anyway, there's some cool combos. You know. Or you could cast Aura of Life. For a level 4 spell. Where everybody has resistance but just to necrotic damage. And its hit point maximum can't be reduced, but its current hit points can. And every non-hostile living creature regains 1 hit point when it starts its turn, as long as it has 0 hit points. Amazing. Doesn't the familiar spell limit it to 1, and if you cast another the first crumbles? Yes, but I'm not casting another. You imbue the pearl with a spell, and then whoever uses the pearl counts as the caster of that spell. So the familiar is summoning one. I still just have 1 familiar. Technically, all those other ones are Russian doll, familiars of each other. Which is just silly, and it's kind of fun to think about the silliness sometimes of D&D. Who would let you do such a thing, right? Can't become diseased, has resistance to poison, advantage on saving throws against effects that cause any of the following conditions: blind, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned. Okay. Damn, you have a lot of weird silver bullets in Cleric, don't you? Ooh, the game is starting. Alright, chat. The Dungeons & Dragons game. It's not this character, obviously. This character's D&D game is starting 1 week from now, I think, maybe 2 weeks from now. But the Mad Max apocalypse, like you're a middle schooler again doing goofy stuff in an arena character game is starting. So I bid you farewell. We got good. I think I got some stuff to talk to Jupes about. Just a thing or two, Armored Core 6 is on the 25th. That's fine. It's okay. The day after Armored Core 6 comes out, I can I can spend one evening playing D&D and nobody's gonna die. It's okay. I can do it. We're all adults here. We're capable. But also good point. I don't know if Meph is streaming this or not. I guess he's not, 'cause he's not live. Hey, anyway, chat. I gotta play D&D. TY for watching. Can I, maybe I'll host him? He might go live. I don't know, he might go live. Everybody watching, Meph might go live. Let's host. Does that work? Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Go to Mr. Mephisto's channel, where we will be starting the game soon. Soon, I guess. Here, I'll type it out. Oh, I just can't. Anyway. I think hosting died in one of those recent updates. What? God damn it. Son of a bitch. Anyway, I'm gonna have big dinner really quick and join Discord and stuff. And if Mr. Mephisto goes live, then geez. Watch the game. In future, if he's streaming it, I'm assuming he'll just start and I'll be rating him in the future. So rating is alive. It is, but he's not online. Or at least it hasn't showed it to me. Oh, it's Guzo. What's up, dude? Also, 3 geese in a trench coat. Thanks for the first time chat. I appreciate it. You've showed up at the literal end of my stream. But I really appreciate it. Please enjoy my outro, and I'm going to see if I can raid. We'll see if it lets me. This is a raiding attempt, alright? Anyway, thanks for watching. Build some characters. Playing D&D live, I think, within the hour on Mr. Mephisto channel. Mr. _ Mephisto, if you want to watch. It's me and a bunch of other people. Let's do it. No results found. All right. Fuck it. Sorry, 3 geese in a trench coat. I apologize. Please enjoy my outro. Oh, wait. I got to cut to commercial. Okay. One last time. Take it to the word from our sponsors.